exactly what I'm talking about there. Deckel looking to take a large amount of court at all times, but especially when his opponents are back. Overcooked the serve from Martina. As I mentioned, does a lot of teaching down at Miami, Fisher Island. Wyatt Stone unhappy, a little late on that second volley. Allowed Deckel to get involved by not hitting his first volley cleanly. Nice ball there from Lee Whitwell. It's a very tough situation when you're playing a team involving Deckel Bar. You don't want to give him too many opportunities and too many balls to his side, but if you play too many balls or try to force the ball to his partner, not only can he be aggressive with his forehand in the middle, it sets up opportunities for Ernieing and other things that his partner can capitalize on. So tough situation. You got to balance out those frequencies on when to go behind Deckel and when to play the ball to his partner, and it's not a perfect science by any means. You got to just try to do the best that you can.
6-2.
The score is 6-2 game one, second round action. So we have Whitwell Bar winning 11-1, 11-6 over Shelby Bates and Matthew Mead first round. Coakley Stone winning in 3 games against Katie Gaines and Brandon French. Nice hands there from Deckel Bar, a little bit fortunate. That was a balance of skill and luck on that one. There's that side spin. Deckel Bar trying to catch Wyatt Stone transitioning. Great eye by Wyatt to recognize the spin Deckel has on that shot and to let it go out. And it did go out. The Whitwell with a couple uncharacteristic soft shot misses early in this game one. Still with the lead though. Nice Lee with the Ernie. Nice Lee with the nice Ernie. Wyatt questioning whether her feet might have been in the kitchen. Unfortunately, Lee has a bit of a reputation for being in the kitchen. Lots of clean earnings, but lots of dirty ones as well. Very nice penetrating return from Lee Whitwell. Martina unable to handle the spin on the third shot.
6-3-1. Oh, come on, Deckel.
Yeah, I think it was a reasonable call of out from Martina Coakley, but Deckel not hitting that Ernie as clean as he was wanting to, and it drops in. Or maybe he hit it exactly like he wanted to, I'm not sure. We have our referee, A.P. LeBaron, rated 5-0 name. Like a nice LeBaron. Nice job by Wyatt Stone stepping over with that forehand in the middle, being aggressive, and he is rewarded with the point. Seven, 3-2. Just enough rotation on that ball to bring it down in. I probably would have let it I would have tried to let it go out, but the spin just a little too much from Deckel Bar.
8-3-2.
Yeah, big serve from Deckel. Look for him to not only do that in men's doubles, but absolutely go for the bigger serve in mixed doubles. Lots of drive opportunities for him and his partner. Great sustained pressure there from Deckel Bar. Wyatt Stone with a nice job neutralizing on the first ball, but as I mentioned, Deckel with the 2, 3, 4 shot combination. Very difficult once you get in that exchange with Deckel Bar to keep the ball away from him. He kind of starts the fire, stands in the middle of the court, and trusts his hands versus you, and most of the time he comes out on top of that one. Wyatt Stone and Martina Coakley having a little chat about some possible strategies or shot selection patterns they can get into. Definitely the patterns favoring Whitwell and Barr in this moment early in our second round match.
Receiving team, you're out of timeout. Serving team, you have full timeouts left. Time in. 10-3-2.
Big serving there to seal the game one fate for Wyatt Stone and Martina Coakley. Big serving by Deckel Barr. So 11-3 game one. Right after a break and some words from our sponsor, we'll be back with game two, APP New Jersey Open. All right, welcome back, everyone. Game two about to get underway in 30 seconds here on Championship Court 2 at the APP New Jersey Open, Hamilton Township, New Jersey. Quick shout out to Lee Whitwell's mother, a fixture on tour, coming to a lot of the events, and I'm sure watching the stream right now. Nice shot there from Deckel Barr. Very unattackable dink from Wyatt Stone, but Deckel catching Martina Coakley a couple feet off the kitchen line. She was unable to counter. Great job. First attempted speed up there in that cross-court battle from Lee Whitwell, and she picked a good spot to do so. As she says, same person. Funny little comment we make when someone makes a great shot and then dumps an error into the net or out. Great drive from Deckel Barr. So hard to keep that ball away from him after a really nice serve. He can cover about 80% of the court. Nice job by Lee. Great patience there. Lee known as more of a consistent, solid cross-court dinker. Martina, a little less consistent, but she goes for more on her dinks. Creates a little bit more for herself and her partner. It's a great drive from Deckel. A little too much air underneath that return from Martina. Looks over at the booth with a little look on her face like, what can I do?
4-0-2.
Again, Martina with the aggressive cross-court dink, and Lee, great patience there. So with Lee a little less responsible in the middle, having a larger partner, it's hard to catch her out wide there. So if she was covering a little bit more court, pushing her out wide would create a more difficult around the post attempt. But when Lee is already kind of over in her corner, only worried about her 20 or 25% of the court, it makes that around the post shot much easier and the footwork much easier for her. And as you've seen on those last two, executed to perfection.
Receiving team, you have 1 timeout left.
Got to find a way to weather the storm here. Stone and Coakley.
Time in. 5-0-2.
Things getting out of hand here in game 2. Deckel going with the 3rd shot lob. And yes, I'm not sure if that would have made it out of the kitchen if Wyatt Stone let it bounce.
5. Second server.
Uncharacteristic mistake on the relatively routine dink from Wyatt Stone.
0-5-2.
Wyatt Stone. People often ask me if Wyatt Stone is my child, and while he could have been a college mistake for me, we are not related. Tough ball, tough drive, tough volley from Martina Coakley, who clipped her paddle on that back fence on the return, throwing off her rhythm. It's a Burt alert. Deckel looking for the Burt opportunity. Clip the tape, put him in an uncomfortable situation, but I like the attempt and the aggression. Crowds growing a little bit on this Friday at the New Jersey Open. Back-to-back let cords from Wyatt Stone and Martina. Maybe a couple chuckles from everyone on the court. Maybe that can springboard them into getting a few points here in game 2. It's really nice from Deckel Bar, who previously in the exact same pattern had pushed a ball to Martina's forehand. This time he hooks it across her body to her backhand side. Great job of mixing up his spots. 6-0-1.
Second server.
Deckel came up a little too much on that drive, lost his legs, lost his base. As you can see, he's got some tree trunks out there, so wants to get those legs involved as much as possible. Great look from Lee Whitwell, reading that very, very early and deciding to make that move a couple seconds before Wyatt struck the ball. He put it right where she wanted, and she executed that Ernie to perfection.
7-0-2.
Great patience from all 4 players during that point, looking for an opportunity to speed up or make a court positioning move with the Ernie. Deckel waited for the perfect opportunity. Martina Coakley unable to return the Ernie. Great drive there. Wyatt Stone looking middle with the forehand to protect his partner a little bit from the drive. Deckel Bar choosing the right time to go behind him. Wyatt Stone a little late getting back over to that backhand side. Dumps his volley into the net. So we have a timeout in the end of game 2. I believe it is a 9-0 lead, possibly a 7-0 lead. Not sure exactly. We'll find out after the break. Deckel Bar with his patented water jug of Electrolyte Supreme Jigsaw Health.
Receiving team, you're out of
Not too
timeout.
steamy yet, but
Serving
will
team, you
warm
have
up
timeout.
throughout the day here in New Jersey,
Time
Hamilton
in.
Township.
902. Side out.
Yeah, I don't know why the big man didn't rip that one. I know he wanted to. Decided to go with the drop, and nice winner there by Wyatt Stone with an excellent volley.
091.
Oh, wow. Great court coverage there from Wyatt Stone with the excellent slide. Overcooked that ball. Little deep. Didn't miss it wide, though.
092.
Patented cross-court put away from Deckel Bar. I'm not going to lie, guys. It's pretty fun to say township. Never really been in a township or lived in a township before. Not exactly sure what it is, but it's fun to say Hamilton Township, New Jersey.
901. Away.
Great shake and bake there from Lee, kind of picking her spots as opposed to always squeezing the middle or poaching every time her partner drives. Sometimes
1001.
taking one off and then picking your spots to really go for it, like she did there, can be a good option. And there we have it, guys. Just a little bit too much firepower from Deckel and solidness after a few missed dinks early in the match. Lee Whitwell was a rock in that game, too. So, second round matchup over. Deckel Bar, Lee Whitwell advancing to round 3, which I believe is the quarterfinals, and we'll be right back with another match after some few words from our sponsors. gentlemen, APP New Jersey Open, Hamilton Township, New Jersey. Just saw a fantastic pro mixed double second round match, and now we have a women's senior pro second round match as well. We have the #1 seed, Beth Bellamy and Natalie Bagby, versus the #9 seed, Jennifer Damiani and Dorian Amato. So I have not had the pleasure of, basically the only person that I have commentated for on this court is Beth Bellamy. And that was a couple weeks ago at the Beer City Open. She had a great run there in women's and mixed doubles. Excited to see what the other three ladies have in store for us. Looks like we have 2 right-handers and 2 left-handers on the court. Jennifer Damiani, a left-hander, as well as Natalie Bagby. So 1 lefty for each team. I would imagine they will be stacking in this match, but we'll just have to wait and see. I always have to bring up the fun facts for Beth Bellamy because I just think they're so cool. Her and her husband started the tennis channel, and she had a lot of success back in the day on the WTA Tour, actually making it to the semifinals of the French Open in doubles, defeating Martina Navratilova along the way. Very cool stuff. And she has transitioned very nicely into the senior pro women's game. Lots of titles already under her belt, and I hear she has 2 very accomplished tennis playing sons who are considering picking up the sport at a serious level. So stay tuned for that. More talent coming into the sport every day. So Beth Bellamy in the pink peach with the white arm sleeves. Her partner Natalie Bagby in the kind of lime green skirt and also the white arm sleeves. Jennifer Damiani in the all black, and her partner Dorian Amato in the white hat, white shirt, and white and gray skirt. Finishing up our warm-ups. And as I mentioned, Beth Bellamy, Natalie Bagby, the #1 seed, so this is their first match, even though it is technically a second round match. Amato and Damiani were able to beat the #8 seed, 11-6, 11-3 in their first round. So sometimes when you have a bye, obviously it's nice to have a little less court time as you move throughout the tournament, but sometimes that first match can be a little bit tricky. Your opponent's warm, fresh, already coming off a win, and you playing your first match with your partner can sometimes cause an issue. So we'll see if they come out hot or come out a little bit slow in this matchup. Unfortunately, guys, it's just going to be me, myself, and I on championship court today. So if you are a little annoyed at hearing me talk, I would recommend muting it because it's just me all day. Me and my buddy Mitch DeVoe, Pickleball TV, doing a great job throughout the weekend, making my job easy. Appreciate that, Mitch. Last stage of the warm-up, as always, serves and returns. I would say we are less than 90 seconds away from getting this thing started. Beer City Open, as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, Beth Bellamy winning mixed doubles with Rick Witzkin and women's doubles with Anna Shirley. Anna Shirley. It was my first time seeing her play, so I apologize if I missed that name, but I do believe it was Anna Shirley, who was a delight on court. Lots of energy, lots of positive energy. A little bit of traffic here on our CC2. We have a lack of gate problem. Probably need one extra one out here, but we're going to get through it. Very cool to see Jennifer Damiani. I actually taught her at a Nike camp with Simone Jargin in Sanibel Island, so very cool to see some former students or people that I have taught or given some tips to pickleball out here on a bigger stage, the pro level. Very cool stuff. Natalie Bagby checking the ball. Often you'll see the pro players or any player hitting that ball up into the air before they start just to make sure it's not out of round. Occasionally, especially with some of the power that we've seen out here from the all the pro players of all ages, sometimes that ball takes some abuse, gets a little lopsided, so hitting it up into the air is a good way of making sure that the ball flight is true. We are about to get underway. Looks like Jennifer Damiani will be serving first on the near side. Jennifer's husband Blaze taking some pictures in the crowd. They are owners of a steak restaurant in the area. Not exactly sure where it is, but it is within an hour from where we are in New Jersey. Might have a chance to check that out sometime this weekend or on the way home. Game time. Oh, look at that already. First point. We got some lefty on lefty violence there. Great drop from Jennifer Damiani there.
1-0-2.
Hey, when you're serving, 1 out of 2 ain't bad on those third shots if you can win the point with the one you make.
0-1-1.
Jennifer Damiani stepping over with the backhand. Dorian Amato in the transition zone. Did not make it up to the kitchen, so even though it's Jennifer's backhand, I like the protection. Just missed it. A little shake and bake from the senior ladies. Love to see that. Nice drive from Beth Bellamy and the lefty Natalie Bagby with some sustained pressure. 3 shots, but she got the job done. Oh, nice try. Dorian Amato, I believe, was on that counter, but good pressure from Bellamy and Bagby. Nice shot there. Good hands from Natalie Bagby off of a very reasonable speed up from Jennifer Damiani. One of the big advantages having that righty-lefty combination is the poaching with your dominant shot in the middle. So either Bagby or Bellamy can drive that ball, and their partner is coming towards the middle with their forehand, not their backhand. A big advantage of the righty-lefty combo. And obviously both ladies, Bellamy and Bagby, very accomplished drivers of the pickleball. Nice job there from Dorian Amato, kind of catching that first volley in the transition zone. Not the best place to be, but bailing herself out nicely with some quick hands. Nice shot from Beth Bellamy. Good scrappiness from Damiani and Amato to get themselves forward after a few shots from the back of the court, but too much power on that speed up from Beth Bellamy. Nice job there from Beth. Mentioned it when a previous couple times I've seen her play the Beer City Open. Oh, great job of using her length. A lot of people have that height and that length, but they don't take full advantage of it. Full extension in the kitchen on those offensive shots from Beth Bellamy. It's exactly what it should look like. Great job there, getting her opponents off balance with a very nice dink at the shoe tops, and then a nice topspin lefty forehand up the middle for the winner. Great combination from Jennifer Damiani. Bagby's skirt getting a little crazy there on the serve. Nice shot there from Natalie Bagby, actually going at the left shoulder of the opponent, the left-handed opponent, as opposed to the right shoulder, which it would have been for a right-hander. Definitely the spot to go. Got to switch up your attack spots on those left-handed players. I like it. That ball, while it was not a bad drop, definitely sat up high enough for Amato to go for something aggressive. So I'm glad that she did that, just unable to execute. A little chat between Amato and Damiani, and they decide they're going to take an early timeout here in game one. I believe Bellamy and Bagby are serving at 7-1 here in game one. We got our wonderful photographer, Steve Taylor, out on court, snapping some of the best pictures in the game. Rocking the APP shirt and the camo shorts. Looking good, Steve.
Receivers, 1 timeout left in this game. Servers, 2 timeouts left in this game.
All right, we're about to be, yes, called time in from our referee. 7-1-2, I was correct. See if the ladies on the near side can get that ball back, score a couple points in game one. Fine with the speed up. Nice hands there from Natalie Bagby. Great job by Bagby and Bellamy, not panicking on defense there to start that point. Very calm and collected, worked themselves forward, got to the kitchen line. Good look on the drop, just caught the net tape. Great run from Bellamy and Bagby, though, to take an 8-1 lead. See if Damiani and Amato can close that gap a little bit here. Nice job. Great depth on the return from Bagby. Putting Amato in a tough spot for that drop with all that depth and pace on the return. Good extension there. Damiani with 2 nice shots to get forward. Amato leaving that dink just a ball or 2 inch or 2 high, and Bellamy making her pay. Nice job from Bellamy, stepping around to her left to hit that nice slice forehand, creating an error from her opponent. Yeah, too much there. Talk about it a lot in In these pro-level matches, there's not a lot of clean winners or finishing in one ball. You got to stick with it. Great defense from Amato and Damiani, forcing Bellamy and Bagme to hit 4 or 5 very quality shots to win the point. Great shot from Beth Bellamy. And just like that, game 1 is over. 11-1 going to Bagby and Bellamy. We will be right back with game 2 action at the APP New Jersey Open after this commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 action, second round, APP New Jersey Open. And let's chat about our next stop on the APP Tour, the Philadelphia Open, August 25th through 28th. APP always putting on great tournaments. If you haven't checked that out, go to pickleballtournaments.com. Still able to sign up for that event, as I mentioned, August 25th through 28th. Have a nice little 3-tournament stretch after our New Jersey Open with the Philly Open, the Chicago Open, and the APP Metro Open. Great angle there created on the backhand side from Beth Bellamy. Dorian Amato unable to get underneath that ball and lift it over the net. That net, dang it, gets in the way quite often, doesn't it, guys? Nice quality low rip there from Dorian Amato, but quite a few feet off of the kitchen line. Always tough to start that fire when your opponents are planted at the kitchen and you're a little further back. Zero, 2-1, game 2. Nice eye from Beth Bellamy, loaded up on the 2-hander, ready to let it fly if she needed to, but great job of dropping that paddle and letting that ball sail out. Just missed it. Nice job by Bellamy, fading the pump fake from Natalie Bagby. Always tough when your partner's looking to pick that ball off and unable to get there. So it kind of puts you in a tough spot, but fading that pump fake, very important because your opponent needs to look for those opportunities to be aggressive. Great job there from Jennifer Damiani. Fantastic initial volley, set up that put away a couple shots later. Nice job there from Dorian Amato, getting underneath that very aggressive drop from Beth Bellamy. She was unable to do that on the previous attempt, but that did it beautifully to neutralize that shot. Created the error from Bellamy. Tough one there. I think Amato was thinking about letting it fly on the drive, changed her mind. Cardinalson of pickleball went with a drop instead and right into the net, as often happens when we change our mind. Return a little out on the far sideline. Dorian Amato mumbling something to herself, a little self-talk, trying to get that ball over. I do the same thing. Oh, I love it though. Great shot to set it up deep, keeping Beth Bellamy back, and a great extension there on the attempted forehand put away cross court. Just couldn't coax it over. Oh, awesome cover from Beth Bellamy. She put herself in a little bit of a precarious situation, but was able to crash back to the middle and counter that shot nicely. Really good spin there from Beth Bellamy. Always tough on those slice shots. When you do decide to let it bounce, always gets tricky. Nice shot. I like the aggression there from Bagby. Just got to tip your cap to your opponents there. Nice hands, nice counter attack. If she gets another opportunity to do the same thing, I think Bagby should let it fly again. Friendly call there. I don't think we can take that. It went over that fence, yeah, so I don't think we can. Yeah, we lost it. Ball went over the fence that does not have a gate, so we're going to get a fresh ball there. Nice forehand power from Jennifer Damiani there. Let that lefty forehand fly. Beth Bellamy unable to come up with that shot. Nice job there. A little confusion in the middle, but some nice communication, partner communication from Bellamy to allow Bagby to let that ball go out. The most underrated skill in pickleball, letting out balls go out. Beth Bellamy with a little aggressive talk to herself, saying, don't do that. Dink that ball, wait for a better opportunity. Just a little heat check there with a nice big lead in game two. A couple times we've seen Natalie Bagby with a nice inside out forehand put away, putting it off the court instead of through the court. Often a good decision to put the ball away. Great serve there, nice and deep. 7-2-1. Her body language said it all. I don't need to say a word about that one. Nice shot there from Dorian Amato, kind of going with the mid-paced initial attack, getting Beth Bellamy off balance and then able to receive a high ball and put that away on the subsequent shot. Very nice combination. Nice put away, or not a clean winner, but creating the error from her opponent. Natalie Bagby, nice job. Great shot there, nice setup. Dorian Amato with the easy cleanup in the middle. Great court positioning from her, recognizing the very quality third shot and putting pressure forward. Textbook stuff. Nice put away there. I think Beth Bellamy was a little bit worried about that return, but it dropped on the line. Great job, nice defense there from Beth Bellamy. Crashing back to the middle, able to counterattack, and her partner Natalie Bagby there with 2 forehands in the middle. I'm not sure which one hit it, but I believe it was Natalie. Nice forward movement there. Dorian Amato trying to keep Natalie Bagby back, which is a very reasonable play. But Natalie coming forward and able to take that ball cleanly out of the air. 9-3-1, game 2. Dorian Amato kind of scoffing at herself there, wishing she made a better decision than to speed that ball up from so low. It's a good dink from her opponent, though, to get her pulled out wide, a little off balance. Always tough in that spot, whether to go soft or go big. Usually soft is the right decision. So we have a timeout late in game 2. See if Damiani and Amato can, find a way to get a couple points here, put some pressure back on Bagby and Bellamy. Referee calling 15 seconds. We have our first match point for Bagby and Bellamy at 10-3 in game 2. Nice combo, speed it up, clean it up there from Beth Bellamy. Fantastic match from all 4 ladies on court. Let's take a quick commercial break, have a word from our sponsors, and we will be back with an interview after this. All right, Adam Stone here at the APP New Jersey Open with our Championship Court 2 winners, Natalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy. Fantastic job, ladies. I know obviously having a bye saves you a little court time throughout the day, but sometimes your opponents, they come in fresh and you are coming in for your first match. So what were you thinking, or what is that general strategy to make sure that you're sharp right from that first point?
Well, we just usually try to get really focused and find our range in the beginning, not try to do too many crazy things and just get the feel of the court and the elements. And we played with each other so much, so we feel really comfortable with each other. So once we feel pretty comfortable out there, then we can experiment a little bit more and maybe be a little bit more aggressive.
For sure. I like starting solid, too, and kind of building from that point. Natalie, so apparently we had Anna Shirley playing with Beth Bellamy at the Beer City Open, which I commentated because you were on safari. Is that correct?
That's correct. So my husband and my daughter went on a trip to South Africa. 8 days safari and 6 days in Cape Town. I usually take vacation in July. Either I go to France, my home country, or this year was exceptional and we had a blast. It was fantastic.
Well, that sounds like a fantastic trip, but I'm glad you were ready to be back and be with your regular partner, Beth Bellamy, and do some damage out here on the APP Tour, correct?
Oh yeah, for sure. I was missing those tournaments. And I had like 3 weeks to get ready, and I'm ready.
All right. Well, great start to your day. We look forward to more action from you guys moving forward throughout the day. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shelby Bates versus James Ignatowicz and Regina Franco. I don't know, from here, James looks pretty rich. He won $25,000 last weekend at the MLP with the Ranchers Major League Pickleball in Newport Beach, which is actually where Matthew Mead is from, Newport Beach, California. His partner, Shelby Bates, from Long Island, now lives in South Florida. And Regina Franco, James Ignatowicz's partner, is a Florida gal. Has a lovely new baby, Mia Goldberg. She is married to APP stalwart Johnny Goldberg. And the kid is about as cute as it can be, I'm not going to lie. And believe me, I do not say that about every kid. So how they got here, we have James Ignatowicz, Regina Franco losing 11-9, 11-4 to the dark horse, Susanna Barr and Zane Navratil. Matthew Mead and Shelby Bates were defeated by Lee Whitwell and Deckel Barr in their first round matchup. So this will be a race to 15, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about it all the time. Things happen quickly in this sport, especially in a 1 game to 15 situation. Start is so important for these players. So another fun fact from James Ignatowicz, he claims that I am his ideal right side partner. We'll have to see if that partnership comes to fruition at some point. Still nursing a bit of a calf injury, but ready to get back on the court. And you know what? I need a young buck to carry me, a young tall guy preferably, and James fits that description for sure. He's got those heavy hands too. Already more than relevant on the singles court, but trying to sharpen his mixed doubles and men's doubles game. As we know, singles a little easier to transition from tennis or from other sports. That doubles game, regardless of your talent level, takes a little bit of time. Regina Franco, as I mentioned, having that daughter, getting back into the swing of things the last couple months, getting back on the court after her recovery from pregnancy. A very solid veteran player, great racquetball background. So excited to see what she has in store for us in this race to 15.
I like that.
So it looks like the winner of our opportunity bracket match here will move forward in the opportunity bracket and face off against Esquivel and Cassidy. Obviously, this is a one match at a time situation. These players need to focus on what's at hand right now. But just for the fans looking ahead, Esquivel and Cassidy beating Casavant and Pagliacelli 15-11, and they will be awaiting the winner of this match, as I mentioned. Just cleaning up our last few bits of warm-up here. A couple serves, couple returns from the players. About a minute, 90 seconds away from getting started in this match. John Davison saying, Adam, I will carry you, my friend. I am assuming that means on the court, not off the court, even though you could probably carry me off the court as well, John. I will keep that in mind when I get back between the lines, buddy. I've seen that backhand punch. It's pretty lethal. Possibly a couple holes in your game other than that backhand punch, but we can clean those up. John Davison, the special friend of Olivia McMillan, one of our competitors in Major League Pickleball last weekend and this weekend at the APP New Jersey Open. Always love to see her. Love her game. Like those short, scrappy players. Remind me of myself. Regina Franco falls into that category. get a lot of balls back, set your partners up. That's our job, that's our role. It's what we like to do.
Time in, 0-0-2.
Here we go. Well, that's a solid first point. Great digs there from Shelby Bates. After the high third shot from Matthew Mead, they dug it out nicely, got themselves forward, able to win that point on the Regina Franco dink error. Nice job there. It takes three shots to win that point for Bates and Mead. I never had her on my court yesterday, but I saw Shelby Bates running around a little bit on the singles court. And for what I've seen so far, it looks like she has a pretty solid power game.
0-2-1.
Oh, wow. I didn't think there was any way. Matthew Mead almost brought that ball back down. Solid point from all four players there.
1-2-1.
Great dig there from Regina Franco. Very, very comfortable below the waist, digging those balls, the short hops, the volleys, whatever it is, the mid-court and the back of the court. She is very comfortable in both of those spots. Another missed dink there. Some solid power shots from James Ignatowicz early in that point. He's got that easy power. I'm jealous. Missed return.
4-2-1. Point. Timeout receivers. Score 5-2-1. 1 minute.
Sorry for that quick hiccup. I was chatting a little bit with Simone Jargin, who just had a nice win on Championship Court 1. Early timeout here in our race to 15. Solid 2-0 start from Mead and Bates, but the script has been flipped these last couple minutes. Trying to stop that bleeding, get the ball back. I think it's a smart play, especially in that one game situation. Can't let things get out of the way. Use those timeouts when you have them.
Receiving team, you have 1 timeout left. Serving team, you have 2 timeouts left. Time in. 5-2-1. Second server. 5-2-2.
Oh my God.
I like the attempt there from James Ignatowicz. Kind of picking a spot after several cross-court dinks from Regina Franco. I know he was unable to convert, but I like the pressure with his court positioning. Short serve, one of the only calls that a referee can make without assistance from the players. The short serve, and the only time where the line is out also. Oh, just tinged it off the post there. Regina Franco, very good. Most racket players are at that around the post shot. She felt the ting though. When we're going for that ATP, no one likes to hear that sound. Missed serve from Matthew Mead. Franco and Ignatowicz getting the ball back, only giving up 1 point.
Second server.
Nice eye from Shelby Bates.
5, 3, 2.
Nice dink there from Regina Franco, getting Matthew Mead a little off balance. I think Matthew might have had a shot at it around the post earlier in that point. Apparently he did not agree with me, played a dink instead.
6-2-2.
6-2-2. Pushing it wide there, Shelby Bates. A couple nice drops from Regina Franco, staying patient.
Receiver fault. Score was 6-2-2. Oh, my error.
Referee error, does not matter either way. Referee thought that Bates and Mead had 2. They actually have 3 points.
Sorry. 7-3-2.
There we go, we got it situated, no worries. Nice 1-2 combo there from James Ignatowicz,
1 minute timeout.
catching
Game ends.
Shelby Bates in a spot on that initial ball, got the pop-up for the cleanup on the second shot. And we will be switching sides at 8-2-2. Ignatowicz and Franco with the lead on a solid 8-0 run after giving up a couple quick points to start the match. We got Vivian David and the Johnson brothers rolling through the court with some nice iced coffees. Looks delicious.
Seconds. Yes, you are.
15-second call. Regina Franco making sure she's in the right spot, and she is.
Time in. 8-3-2.
Great pressure there from Matthew Mead. A couple very nice shots. Comment from John Davidson in the chat. Who is the better looking Johnson twin? And I don't know which one's which, so I cannot answer that. I just know I lost to one of them in singles in St. Louis. That's all I got for you, John. Apparently there's a hack. One wears white socks and one wears black socks. That was a great catch from Mitch DeVoe from Pickleball TV there. That always helps. The Kawamotos make it easy because one's right-handed and one's left-handed, so a little bit easier with Jade and Jackie Kawamoto. A little bit tougher with the Johnson boys, who both had very nice runs in singles yesterday.
3-8-2.
All right, we got it situated. I like the idea there from Matthew Mead. Wasn't executed perfectly, but Regina with the hops there and the nice wrist snap. Nice heavy hands there. Tough situation for Shelby Bates being ahead of James Ignatowicz. Kind of have to pick your spots a little bit better on when to speed up, or you might pay the price. Funky bounce there from on Regina's serve. Shelby Bates kind of chuckling about it. Sometimes that ball just doesn't come up.
Second server.
Just wide on the drop from Regina Franco. I think she was worried about it the whole time. Kind of held her follow through, trying to will it in. Back-to-back missed thirds. They do have a little wiggle room to work with, but I always hate it when I miss back-to-back thirds. I've been there many times. James Ignatowicz asking the referee, did I really miss that? Mead and Bates confirming, yes, you did, James. Nice deceptive attack there from Mead. James was back to the middle, but was at full extension. So while crashing back and ready for that ball, didn't have it perfectly in a strike zone. Wow, crazy dig there from Shelby Bates on a very nice cross-court attack from Regina Franco. Nice point from Mead and Bates. They were in a world of hurt early on, dug themselves out of it. Nice hands there from James. Mead come crashing in. Unfortunately, took that ball inside out at James Ignatowicz, who was ready there with the heavy hands.
6-10-2.
Nice pressure and nice extension there. Shelby Bates using that height, looking like she's about, I don't know, 5'10", 6 foot. I'm a little jealous. A little unlucky there off the let cord and the breeze. Shelby unable to get her feet underneath her. Very tough spot for her there. Nice extension from Mead. I've seen both players on the Mead-Bates side on some of those soft shots from Regina Franco, really leaning into that kitchen, hitting the ball as close to their opponents as possible. Big single serve there from James Ignatowicz. Smacking it up the tee.
11-7-2.
11-7-2. Nice spot there from James. Initial power shot handled by Matthew Mead, but James Ignatowicz able to catch Shelby Bates on that right shoulder. The beautiful chicken wing that we all know and love. Side out back to Mead and Bates, but Franco Ignatowicz got one. Nice hands there from Bates and Mead. Mead cracking it a couple times early in the point, and then Bates with a nice two-handed counter attack in the middle of the court. Great shots from them. Nice drive. Regina saying wow to herself. I think she was somehow out in front of that third shot drive. All right, excellent job here by Bates and Mead. At the switch, I was a little worried about them, but it's always nice when your opponents have that big lead. Even if you don't get back to a tie game, just get within 2, 3, or 4 just to make them feel a little bit of pressure. When your opponents have that 5, 6, maybe even more point lead, everything's free, everything's loose. They can do what they want to do. If we can get it back to 2 or 3 points, they can feel that pressure, and it could leak into their shot selection and their decision making a little bit. I think it was a well-timed timeout from Franco and Ignatowicz. Let's see if it was a good timeout or not. See if they can earn themselves a side out here coming back from timeout.
Time in. 9-12-1.
pressure from Matthew Mead there. I got my first catch of the weekend on a ball over the fence.
10, 12, 1.
Watch out. Out.
Point.
Matthew Mead going with the lob for the second time. Regina Franco, I believe, where she needed to be, but sailed it about 2 inches long from my vantage point.
Second server.
Matthew Mead wanting that one. It was a good time to try it too. Regina Franco transitioning, not to the kitchen line yet. I think if he could have executed that shot, it would have been trouble for Ignatowicz Franco.
11, 12, 2.
I mean, just like that, we are tied up. After a 2-8 deficit on the side change, we have a 12-12 game, ladies and gentlemen.
Point.
Great angle. Franco wishing she had a little bit more room on the sideline so she could be patient and hit that ball low like she likes to do as a racket player, racket ball player. I'm fine with Matthew Mead looking to be aggressive there. So tough. Once you get in that offensive position when your opponent hits a great shot to switch over to defense. Wasn't able to do it there.
Come on.
Second server.
12-13-2. Oh, goodness gracious. Shelby Bates with the huge two-handed backhand swing, and it just dribbles over, and they will absolutely take that one. 13-12-1.
Second server.
Questioning that call, but called wide. Very tough angle for me to see, but I do think that it was wide.
2.
Let's go.
Nice job from James Ignatowicz there. Multiple times catching a ball behind him far on his sideline and then being back in the middle with his forehand. Great court coverage by James. Missed it wide, and I think that had everything to do with James's court positioning in the middle of the court. Shelby Bates pushing that wide, knowing that James is ready to poach at any moment.
Point. Timeout receivers. Score.
Timeout, Shelby Bates, Matthew Mead. My goodness, the swings in this game. I mean, things looked very dire for Ignatowicz and Franco about 2 or 3 minutes ago after a fantastic run from Bates and Mead, and all of a sudden they're sitting on match point at 14-13 in this race to 15.
Seconds.
Bates showing Mead the stay sign, meaning that after the serve from Regina Franco, Shelby Bates will be holding on the left side. Matthew Mead will be staying on the right. Wow, Tough way to end it there after a fantastic match. Matthew Mead, Shelby Bates, James Ignatowicz, Regina Franco, an absolute game of runs, and Franco and Ignatowicz coming out on top of that race to 15. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Continuing our pattern of one pro, one senior pro match on Championship Court 2 at the APP New Jersey Open. Have a real treat for you here, guys. The winner's bracket final, Matthias Johansson and Dave Furman, beating John Spurley and Mircea Marariu 6-11, 11-5, 11-8 in their semifinal matchup. Rick Witzigen and Paul Olin beating Scott Moore and Rosti Sobek 11-6, 11-5. So here we are, winner's bracket final. We got a lot of fun facts about these fellas. Some really good stuff. Turns out that Matthias Johansson and Dave Furman shared a bed last night, and Matthias was the big spoon, is the word that I got. So Matthias, former partner of Mills Miller, who is a great cuddler, I will admit. They switched it up with the more burly Dave Furman. So interested. Oh, yeah, interested. Paul Olin wondering if we're live right now. Absolutely, we're live right now. Talking about some good stuff over here. We got Rick Witzigen, who is a huge fan of chainsaws and randomly spends time in Indiana chopping things down, especially on his 5 acres of land. Paul Olin, former fighter pilot, no big deal. You know, just flew fighter jets and shot things and all kinds of good stuff. Very accomplished young man. Matthias Johansson, a singles force on the APP Tour, always rocking the capri pants. Very stylish Matthias. Refining his singles game the last 6 months to a year. Hopefully it gets to a point to match his singles, and as we've seen from this tournament, it is not lagging far behind his singles action. Checking out a few. Oh, drop it in, says Adam Stone is absolutely a little spoon. Come on. No way. Really looking forward to this matchup, though. The almost always stoic Paul Olin and the crazy man Rick Witzigen. I have not had the pleasure of commentating a match of either Dave Furman or Matthias Johansson, so this should be very exciting. Paul Olin also wanted to let everyone know at home that he has not aggressively thrown his paddle since the APP Indianapolis tournament. Oh, we're getting blown up on chat here. Lots of funny stuff going on. So a little light-hearted first couple minutes coming back to the stream. Let's get serious now. Here we go. Nice job from Dave Furman, stepping over to his left to hit a forehand, and he was rewarded with a winner up the middle. Little floaty, little high on that third shot from Paul Olin. Nice shot by Paul. Dave Furman looking for the poach after the Matthias Johansson forehand drive. Nice combination from Dave Furman. Have not played with him or against him in a tournament, but have played several games of rec. Has a really nice serve and a really nice power game. Hits the ball as hard as anyone out here. Hold on one second, I'm going to jump out.
The things I'll do for... Thanks. I do it all, guys. I do it all. Fun fact. Let's go.
Just exclaiming that I do it all, getting the balls from the fellas, and Lee Whitwell exclaiming from court 1, do you do massages? Lee Whitwell sharp as usual. Rick Witzigen with the flipper at Dave Furman ahead of him. Nice adjustment by Dave off of the let cord. job there, weathering the storm. Quick trigger pulled by Rick Witskin there, a couple feet off the kitchen line. Nice hands from the fellas in the near court. Steve Taylor taking some shots in my line of vision. Having a good time with Steve. Always taking beautiful pictures on the APP tour. Nice casual counterattack from Paul Olin. So smooth on that, especially on that backhand side. 2-0-2, game one, men's senior pro winners bracket final. Nice trigger pulled there from Matthias Johansson. Nice to see his development. First couple times I saw him play, he was just slapping everything. Nice to see him mixing in those power shots with some soft shots in transition and dinks at the kitchen. Good evolution of his game. Matthias looking to catch Paul Olin on that right shoulder, was unable to do so, pushing it long. Zero, 3-1. I would definitely be looking, in general, strategy for Witskin and Olin to focus on the soft game, as Furman and Johansson definitely known as power players. And there you go, Rick Witskin starting the fire unsuccessfully a couple times now early in this game one. Fun fact here, Rick Witskin has a nephew, Ben Shelton, playing at the University of Florida, won NCAAs and will be competing in the main draw of the US Open tennis. Fantastic for Ben, shout out to him. Nice grind there on the soft stuff. I would say the more comfortable of the forehand and backhand dink for Matthias Johansson is the backhand. See if these guys push a few dinks to the middle of the court. Force Matthias to use that forehand. Nice shot, great spin from Dave Furman. Really like what I've seen out of his forehand so far early in this match. Getting some great margin for error, allows him to go for a little bit more when he has that top spin. Good look for Matthias. I think he hesitated for half a second and paid the price for that, but definitely a ball he has to look to be aggressive with. 3-4-2, game one. The lovely Andy Jones is our ref with that wonderful white visor and beautiful red hair coming out. Always doing a great job over there, Andy.
Oh, sorry.
Nice job for Matthias. Rick Witskin asking his partner, Paul Olin, if that was going to go at. Paul confirms. A little caught, a little indecisive there from Rick, whether to rip it or let it go. Little body language from Rick. He never does that. Willing that ball over. Still continue to look for soft, soft, and softer from Olin and Witskin. Nice counter there from Rick. Kind of punching that ball down low to Furman and very much looking to let that second counter go out, and it does. Good look there. Have not seen Olin pull too many triggers early in this match. I think it was a fine time to try it. Couldn't keep it in though.
3-6-1.
Nice counters there from Olin. So I see some of the patterns developing here. I think, as I mentioned, I think Matthias is more comfortable with his backhand dink, but the thing is when you go to the forehand, he's much more likely to pull that trigger wherever the ball may be. So kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. We'll see what they end up going with, Paul and Witskin. And there's one of those mid-court rips from Matthias. Nice and low. Catching Witskin leaning a little bit to his forehand side. Matthias able to put that to the backhand. Rick couldn't get around on it. Went to the well one too many times there, Matthias. Almost always looking to drive forehands and have a nice slice backhand drop.
6-4-1.
6-4-1. Great point from all four players on the court. That was a pickleball point, ladies and gentlemen. Power, reset, soft stuff, a little bit of everything in that point. Love to see it. Tough spot there. Nice counterattack from Paul Olin. Sometimes when you step over to the left to run around that backhand, you leave a little too much court open in the middle, and that's exactly what happened there to Dave Furman. Okay, Paul Olin with a fantastic combination, but just a little wide on the put away. Really like that initial speed up though, as he's only done that a couple times so far this match, catching Matthias Johansson a little off guard. A couple times we've seen Dave Furman step around, go with that forehand attack to the middle. I believe he's 0 for 2 on that particular pattern. Nice serve there from Dave Furman, and a sailed return from Olin. Great combo there from Matthias. Got pulled out wide a little bit by the Rick Witskin dink and was able to catch Paul Olin at extension on his backhand. Paul Olin, very powerful backhand right at the body, but often on that solid left side player, if you can get their arm extended, that backhand counter is much weaker than you would expect. So nice job by Matthias there with the 1-2 combination. Rick Witskin deciding he would love to take a timeout, as Furman and Johansson are creeping close. I believe it is 7-6, Witskin Olin. And it is. Checking my screen here. Good action so far. Early in this game one or midway through this game one in the winner's bracket final, men's senior pro. And just had Beth Bellamy on court for her first round match, second round match of the tournament. She had a bye. Her and Rick Widskin, as I mentioned, were the champions of the APP Beer City Open a couple weeks ago. Congrats to them.
Serving team, you have 2 timeouts remaining. Receiving team, you have 1.
Oh, and also Rick Widskin's nephew Ben Shelton in the quarterfinals of the Chicago Challenger as we speak. Cool to see. Great tennis family, the Wiskins.
That's so good.
Nice job by Rick Widskin, knowing that Paul Olin had to hold line because Matthias Johansson was successful with that previous attack. Great job by Widskin covering the middle with his backhand. Nice combo for Matthias. Kind of catching Paul Olin strolling to the kitchen line. You know, you don't have to hit an earth-shattering shot to start the fire when your opponent's a couple feet off the line and you're right on the line. Oh, wow. How does he get away with the slice attack? So rare. You better have good deception when you hit a slice attack, and Paul Olin had exactly that on that shot. 8-6-2, game one. So tough right there. Matthias telling his partner that ball's going out, but in those fast exchanges, so difficult to get the paddle out of the way.
Thank you.
9-6, game one.
9-6-2.
Nice pressure for Matthias. Had some success a couple times in that pattern. Neutralized nicely once or twice by Paul. Could not neutralize a third time. Missed it. Fine with what happened there. Not as easy as a couple of the second shots Matthias has had on that combination, but very much right where he would like it to be. Great digs there from Dave Furman, the classic pickleball pattern. Get a couple hard ones and miss the easy one. We've all been there.
9-6-1.
Rick, we'll just label that everywhere and nowhere. Really good look on the first one. Maybe a little ambitious on number two. Nice rip from Paul Olin there after Matthias Johansson stepping over to take a backhand in the middle.
10-6-2. Game 11-6 goes Olin and Widskin.
All right, just like that, a very tightly contested affair throughout, but Widskin and Olin pulling away in the last couple minutes to seal that game one 11-6. We will be right back with game two after a word from our sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 action of this men's senior pro winners bracket final, APP New Jersey Open. Tightly contested game 1. Olin and Witskin able to pull away at the end. See what the fellas have in store for us here in game 2.
Ready to start game 2. 15 seconds. Game 2, time in, 002. Point. 102.
Nice first volley from Rick Witskin after a blast of a drive from Matthias Johansson. Chatting with Paul Olin, who's about to serve before the match, talking about how he pretty much has a 50-50 distribution of salt to pepper in his beard. Very hard to get 50-50. He's pulling it off nicely.
Point.
Good spot there from Rick Witskin on the counterattack. Little gap in the middle. Seen that situation a couple times from Dave Furman, stepping around to hit that forehand, which he has a very good one, but a little bit of a court positioning issue. That's a great inside in from Paul Olin, a very accomplished singles player, and you can see why right there. Absolute rip missile off the forehand side from Paul Olin.
Second server.
Great first volley from Matthias, catching Olin right on his shoe tops. Very difficult pickup from that spot.
2-1-2. Point.
Nice soft hands there from all the players. Soft air from Matthias Johansson.
3-1-2.
3-1-2. Wow. What the hell was that, Matthias? I didn't think there was any possible way he had the angle, and he started to go for it. I was like, Matthias, what are you doing? Well, what you're doing, Matthias, is hitting a winner. Fantastic shot on the backhand ATP from Matthias Johansson. Oh, he somehow got it. Rick yelling at his partner to let that drive go. Paul unable to do it, but Rick bailed him out with a nice backhand volley from the kitchen line.
Got it.
Side out.
A little low, I think, for Matthias, who Johansson, who Furman and Matthias, a fantastic job of getting forward at that point. They were scrambling for the majority of it, got themselves to the kitchen line, but couldn't convert.
Second server.
Great job there from Dave Furman to slide to his right, understanding that Paul Olin looking like he was going to attack that ball. Furman saying, I don't need a forehand, I'm going to slide over and punch that backhand, and he did so beautifully.
Come on, Rick.
Nice job, Matthias, catching Rick Witskin, who has phenomenal hands but was several feet off the kitchen line.
Got it.
Nice setup and finish. Rick Witskin really stepping up his grunting game. He's a 5-0 grunter for sure, and he showed it in that point with aggressive grunts on the soft shots. Couple times now, Matthias Johansson not able to get enough rotation on that backhand speed up. Once into the net and once long. Really need that rotation, that topspin on the ball to bring it down.
Nice, Paul.
Good spot there. Catching Furman, who we saw slide over and attack or counter-attack a backhand, did the exact same thing on the opposite wing that time. Paul Olin found the gap up the line. The ball bouncing off Rick Witskin's leg there, jokingly acting like he got it back. It went right in the kitchen. 4-1-2. Game 2.
Sorry, David.
Nice little poke there from Rick Witskin, catching Dave Furman in the body, who is loading up on that forehand side. Too big of a swing on the counterattack. Dave Furman, originally from Israel. I've heard him in Deckel Bar speaking some nice Hebrew action a few times at tournaments. Like to see the different languages, the different backgrounds. Good soft stuff there from Paul Olin in the midcourt. Rick Witskin cleaning it up with a power forehand volley. Nice run from the fellas here. In game 2, taking a 7-1 lead. We got the prof, Corinne Carr, over here in the booth in between matches, her and DJ Young. Advancing to the mixed doubles semifinals. Very exciting. Making a nice run for the family. Atta girl. I made her laugh. That's all I wanted to do. Mission accomplished. All right, big spot here for Furman and Johansson. It's go time. Down 1-7. Got to put a little pressure on Witskin and Olin. The old flinger from Witskin. Heavy hands from all the fellas. Really good crack on that next to last ball from Dave Furman, but the catch and release from Witskin too much. Run, Maggie, run. Crazy hands from the fellas. A couple attempted attacks, not really trying to keep it in the court, going at the body. Neutralized nicely by the fellas on the near side. Nine 1-1. Witskin Olin getting the ball back without any damage done. Rick saying no almost before he hit the ball. Nice spot there from Matthias. Olin crashing back middle after a dink left a little bit high, but Matthias was able to put that on his left shoulder, somehow able to get that attack to the Olin backhand. Not easy to do from that spot. A little clip off the tape, throwing Witskin's balance and focus off. Nice power there from Matthias Johansson. Kind of half-hearted attack there from Rick Witskin, and Matthias Johansson making him pay. Wow, great hands. And a nice initial attack from Matthias. He was able to get more spin like I had previously talked about, but the heavy hands from Witskin and Olin too much in that point. Got to tip your cap there. Nice job. I think Paul Olin kind of had a questionable where he could possibly attack, but sticking with the game plan of playing soft to Furman and Johansson, and it paid off there with the missed dink from Johansson. Just wide. Nine, 3-2. Nice little flippy long stockings there from Rick Witskin, sticking his tongue out at me, letting me know he enjoyed that shot, as did I, Rick. Game point. Match point. And there we have it. Winners bracket final champions, guaranteed a medal, guaranteed a gold or a silver medal. Rick Witskin and Paul Olin, great job, guys. I will be right back with the interview after a few words from our sponsors. Oh, wow. All right, Adam Stone back at the APP New Jersey Open with my men's senior pro winners bracket final champions, Paul Olin, Rick Witskin. Guys, I'm just going to say a couple words about the match. I thought you guys did a great job neutralizing the power of your opponents, playing that nice, solid soft game. But let's get to the real stuff here. Rick, I mentioned on the stream about your nephew making a nice run on the Challenger circuit, and I also mentioned how you love to roam around your 5 acres with a chainsaw cutting things. Tell me a little bit about both of those topics.
Well, let's combine the two, because my nephew, Ben Sheldon, who's 250 in the world, has a chainsaw type serve. Like, if you saw his lefty serve, you'd be really impressed. It was good enough to hold every time against John Isner.
Oh, wow.
It's good enough to impress Adam Stone.
No big deal.
But, you know, the reality is playing with Paul is a real treat. This is our first tournament together, but we've been on the opposite side. So it's our first tournament this year together, right? And we've been so many times on the opposite side, so it's great being with him. And I think our games complement each other really well. So luckily we haven't lost a game yet. And if we do lose a game, this guy's going to run around like a jackrabbit. So it's okay in the third.
Well, absolutely. So far, so good. And as some very nice things from your partner there, Paul Ricks, is saying some nice things about your game. And another fun fact, just no big deal, you used to be a fighter pilot. Is that correct?
That is correct. I was a fighter pilot in the U.S. Navy long time ago.
Many moons.
Yep. And you know, a little bit in the news now. I also did 2 tours at Top Gun, and my last active duty tour was the commanding officer at Top Gun. So.
Oh my God, we got we got a bunch of no big deal stuff going on here.
Hold on.
And then we got Rick. He's a beast of a partner. Awesome player, super consistent. So you know, I feel like we complement each other well, as he said, and it's a joy to be out in the court with him.
It's a joy to watch you guys play. Fantastic job moving forward in our bracket. You guys will be waiting around for a while, but can't wait to see you back on Championship 1 or 2 to seal the deal in this APP New Jersey Open.
We appreciate your APP tour valuing the senior pros. We appreciate that.
Oh, there you go. Boom. And on that note, we'll be back with the word from our commercial sponsors.
Isn't that right, Andre? Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have back-to-back winners bracket final matches coming your way. Just saw the men, now we see the ladies. Beth Bellamy and Natalie Bagby back on championship court 2 to match up against Jenny Klitsch and Julie Johnson. Really cool. Jenny Klitsch, Beth Bellamy, Natalie Bagby all played on the tour in the 80s, and they are back on the court together, this time on the pickleball court. You love to see stories like that. Very cool stuff. Jenny's husband, Tim, just won the MLP as a team owner with the Ranchers, so she is hoping to get some hardware and bring it back to the hubby and let him know she's got some game too. I have never seen her play before, so this will be a real treat for me. I've seen Julie Johnson, fixture on the APP Tour, not only as a wonderful women's senior pro player, but as the mama bear to 2 up-and-coming stars, Georgia Johnson and JW Johnson. So really cool dynamic on court right now. Excited for this match and these quality points that we're about to see, and we're about 30 to 45 seconds away from getting underway. Julie Johnson signing a family contract with Franklin Pickleball. Her, as I mentioned, her 2 children, Georgia and JW, also getting in and becoming members of the Franklin family.
You guys serving? I forget. Yeah. Do you want to pick the ball? This one's not. You're the boss. Here. This would be good. Here, good luck. That's a pretty new racket too.
All right, sorry about that. Making a lunch order. Turns out they have 24-hour breakfast. I'm going with the sausage, egg, and cheese because I know everyone was worried about what I was going to eat. All right, cleaning up some last bit of hydration. Jenny lacing up the shoes a little bit tighter. You can tell we're about to see some action.
And ladies, just to remind everybody, it's still hot. Quick towel off or quick drink without delaying the game is absolutely fine.
So we have Beth Bellamy in the peach pink top. We have her partner Natalie Bagby in the blue and green top. We have Julie Johnson about to serve in the black skirt, and her partner Jenny Klitsch in the all white.
Point.
Solid low drive. Little assistance from the net always helps. Good strategy.
1-0-2. Slide out.
Little pump fake there. I think Jenny forgot that her partner was left-handed. No big deal. New marriage here.
0-1-1. Point.
Reaction said it all from Jenny Klitsch there.
1-1-1.
Nice hands there from
Second
Julie
server.
Johnson. Often when she had a great initial backhand, but often when that firefight starts, Julie likes to sit more on the forehand side. See if that continues moving forward.
Slide out.
In my interview after Bellamy and Bagby won their previous match, I did not realize that they were the number 1 and 2 ranked women's senior pros on tour. Very cool to see. Bellamy at 1, Bagby at 2. Still holding on to that 2 spot even after her safari.
Second server.
Beth Bellamy saying, sorry, Jenny, and Jenny saying, I deserved that one. Leaving her dink a little bit high. Great spot by Beth Bellamy, catching Jenny on the shoulder.
Side out.
If these early few points are any indication, we're going to look for Jenny Klitsch to be very aggressive from the back of the court with her 3rd, 5th, 7th shot drives, and so on.
Second server.
Wow, very low hard attack there from Beth Bellamy. Jerked it just a little bit too much wide though. Attacking from the middle of the court, looking to body up Julie Johnson. Little miss hit there. Miss hit from Bagby on that last ball. Good pressure from the ladies on the near side, Klitsch and Johnson.
1-1-1.
1-1-1, early game 1.
Point.
Senior Women's Pro Winners Bracket Final.
2-1-1. Second server.
Nice little bailout there from Bellamy and Bagby. I think neither one was very concerned with hitting that ball. Good eye from the ladies, knowing it was going to sail long, and it did.
Side out.
That's right. She said it, not me. Had what she wanted. Too juicy. Too juicy. She looks over at me with the arg. Oh, us as pickleball players, we all know that feeling all too well.
1-2-1. Second server.
Did not execute that rip, but a fine time to go for it.
1-2-2.
Rarely a spot in the midcourt where you can go for it. I think that was one as the ball was sitting up nicely for Natalie. Good spot there from Jenny Klitsch. I believe Bellamy was thinking she was going to pull that ball cross court, so had her first step a little bit in that direction. Klitsch found the small gap in the middle nicely. Nice combo there, catching Beth Bellamy transitioning. She was in a very tough spot. Went with the bailout lob, and that is rarely successful, especially at this high level.
3-1-1.
Ooh, went with the poke there from Julie Johnson, unable to convert. Nice variety on court with all the paddles. We have Bellamy playing with the Pro XR, Natalie Bagby, that beautiful paddle tech. As I mentioned, Julie Johnson, fresh member of the Franklin family, and Jenny Klitsch going with the Carbon. Nice sustained pressure from Bellamy there. Julie Johnson unable to work her way forward. A couple nice defensive shots, but couldn't get in.
1-3-1. Point.
Great points, though. Great shots, great defense and offense throughout that point. Nice job by Natalie Bagby with a couple nice digs. Got one ball back, one extra ball back.
Point.
Nice job there from Bagby. Off of a pretty tough shot from Julie Johnson, able to step forward, take it out of the air.
3-3,
Catch
1.
Klitsch on her backhand side. Wow, great spot there. Nice point. All four ladies. Klitsch did a nice job. I think she thought her initial return was going to go out. She did a nice job of getting to her spot, neutralizing the drive from Bagby early in that point. And after several dinks, Bellamy and Bagby coming up with the winner.
Second server.
Nice job by Julie Johnson getting skinny, letting that ball go out. Her gluten-free, dairy-free diet definitely an advantage when getting skinny and letting the ball go. Her and the whole Johnson family, gluten-free, dairy-free. I was the benefit of that yesterday. A little Parmesan on her salad, so she shipped it over to me, and I appreciate it. I'm a big fan of both dairy and gluten.
Five, 3, 2. Point.
Nice little lean-in poke there from Bagby. Julia Johnson had her backhand dink sail a little too far, and Bagby was not able to fully release on the ball, but it did a nice job of poking it at mid-pace to be aggressive. They're just, Bellamy, Bagby just in a really not great spot in the heart of that point, and once again dig their way out of it.
Receivers, score 7-3-2.
And we have our first timeout of this women's senior pro winners bracket final. Oh, there we go. October 9th. Oh, who's that handsome guy on the poster there? October 19th through 23rd, the SunMed Houston Open. So excited to play a tournament on my home turf where I've spent most of my life down in Houston. Registration is open at pickleballtournaments.com. Please check it out. It is a golden ticket event. The more the merrier down in Houston. We're going to have a great time on the Third Coast.
15 seconds. Receiving team, you have 1 timeout left. Servers, you have 2 timeouts left in the game.
15 seconds called by our referee. Game 1 at 7-3. Bagby and Bellamy with a strong start to this winners bracket final. Jenny having some fun with Andre Desescu walking through the court.
Time in. 7-3-2.
And we are on a 2, 7-3-2.
Point.
Always tough to get out of the way of those ones that are a little bit higher, kind of in that shoulder neck area.
8-3-2.
Often where the ball goes, but tough to defend.
Point.
Nice dinks there. Soft stuff from Bellamy, and especially Bagby on that point. I like the idea from Jenny Klitsch to roll with topspin her forehand volley out of the air off of the slice backhand from Bagby. Just couldn't convert that one.
Side out.
She will absolutely take that gift, though, from Bagby missing her serve long, and it is go time for the ladies in white on the near court. Need a couple points here in game 1.
Second server.
Tough break there. She had Bellamy in a tough spot. Just could not coax it over the net.
3-9-2. Side out.
Reasonable time to try, not the Obviously not the most perfect execution, but I believe that she did catch her opponents off guard. Just couldn't keep that lob in. Well disguised from Julie, though.
Point.
There's that nice combination with the both of the forehands in the middle. It doesn't necessarily have to be a drive from Beth Bellamy. It could be a very good drop, and Bagby can take advantage like she did. Great hands there from Julie Johnson. Quality attack from Beth Bellamy, but Julie waiting for it and not ripping that counterattack through the court, getting on top of it and getting down. Much better option if you can maneuver it.
Side out.
Beth Bellamy saying too soft. She's exactly right. Haven't seen her miss too many of those, but this is pickleball, and you will miss an occasional third shot. That's part of the deal.
3-10-1.
3-10-1. See if we can't get a couple. Put some pressure on the ladies on the far side. Wow. Nice point there. Really quality attack from Bellamy and Bagby, and a nice job of Klitsch having a nice short stroke on her forehand in the middle of that point, and then able to win it a few shots later. Nice combination from the ladies.
4-10-1.
Oh, no. I'll tell you right now, though, I understand that they've lost to that point, but Julie Johnson has some hops, ladies and gentlemen. She was several credit cards in the air. Could have slid like 3 of those bad boys under her foot. Nice ups on the overhead. One of the more athletic seniors on tour. Great mover, great shape, Julie Johnson. Unfortunately, she is facing a game point right now.
Point game. Final score 11-4. Bellamy and Bagby. 2 minutes between games.
Excellent job by Bagby and Bellamy to seal the deal there, and that game 1. High-level points, high-level stuff from all 4 ladies, just a little bit cleaner from Bagby and Bellamy. Let's see what's in store for us in game 2 when we come back after a few words from our sponsors.
Second game. Time in. 0-0-2.
Game 2 action. Here we go. What is happening, ladies? Fantastic hands. Bagby in a tough spot on that sideline. Not sure if that ball was going to go out or not, but she decided to hit it. Great exchange.
0-0-1.
And great hands from everyone on court. Hey, better lucky than good, as they say. Wanted to mention how cool it was that Bagby, Bellamy, and Klitsch all were members of the WTA in the 80s.
1-0-1.
Really cool to be reconnected with pickleball. Remember at the Beer City Open when I was commentating, it was Dan Greneau and Mircea Marariu who had found each other again through pickleball, but had not seen each other since they were teenagers at Bollettieri's Tennis Academy. So just nice hands, ladies. Just another example of how pickleball brings people together. Very cool to hear stories like that. Early action, game 2. Wow, nice funky grip there from Julie Johnson, neutralizing a couple pretty solid drives from Beth Bellamy in the middle of the court.
0-1-2. Side out.
Nice backhand poke from Julie Johnson. Able to get to the kitchen, take that out of the air. Always nice when we can do that.
1-0-1.
1-0-1.
Point.
That's 2, so a quick early lead for Klitsch and Johnson after losing the game 1. Nice to see them off to a quick start here in game 2. Really nice lob there. Jenny Klitsch doing a nice job, not panicking, taking her time getting forward with 3 or 4 shots in the transition zone. And she was rewarded with getting forward with being lobbed. So that's how it works sometimes. Well executed lob from Beth Bellamy.
Yes. 2-0. Let me recall. 2-0-2. Side out.
Nice job of Bellamy getting that forehand volley from the middle of the court, cross court. Julie Johnson was sitting forehand, rightfully so, to get that ball back to her backhand side and keep it in. That's precision from Beth Bellamy. Klitsch saying she had the whole court. Well, maybe not the whole thing, but a good chunk of it. Some nice pressure by her, but once again, Bellamy and Bagby taking their cracks offensively, but the real moneymaker is the back of the court and the mid-court play. They've done some really nice scrambling throughout this match. Oh my goodness. Great point. Little hectic out there. I like those kind of disorganized points where people and shots are flying all over the court. Very nice play from all the ladies. Beth Bellamy, I think, wanting that last lob back. Great job by Julie Johnson, angling it off the court, because she knows if she does not angle it off, these ladies are going to get the ball back almost every time. Great spot there from Beth Bellamy, kind of catching Julie Johnson on her left hip. Don't forget about the hips, guys. Often we attack those shots at the shoulders to try to create that chicken wing. But if you get a ball that you can work with that's a little bit higher, you can actually get down on the ball and catch the hip. Both are great spots to attack from the kitchen line.
Yes. 2, 2, 2.
All twos early in game 2.
Side out.
Tough luck there from Bellamy, who I'm completely fine with her pulling that trigger.
If you guys want to sip, we're taking a hydration break, just a quickie.
We have our first hydration break. Allowed on days where it gets a little steamy. Does not have to cost your team a timeout. You can just go ahead and take a hydration break. And that's exactly what just happened. Corinne Carr coming off court and championship court 1, shaking her head. I guess that is not a good thing. Wow, crazy stuff here. Ernie's. Some very, very nice athletic play from the 4 ladies on court, scrambling, and a fantastic drive by Natalie Bagby. Low and hard up the line to seal the deal on that point.
2, 2, 2. Side out.
Good spin there from Bagby. Occasionally, when you're kind of scrapping around, if someone blasts the ball, it's easier to get it back. If you take a little bit off, put some more spin on the ball when it dances, when it hits the court, it makes it tougher for your opponents.
Point.
Fantastic eye after the initial attack from Bellamy to be locked and loaded and still be able to pull that paddle back.
1.
Very nice control from her.
Point.
Good job, Bagby, saying, I do not need your help on this one, Bellamy. I will drop it and rip it myself.
4, 2, 1.
Too much pressure and length from Bellamy there.
Timeout receivers. Score 5, 2, 1. 1 minute.
Timeout from Johnson and Klitsch.
5.
Smart move from them. After several side outs and some back and forth, 5, 6, 7 minutes into the match, we were at 2-2, and now we have a 3-0 run from Bellamy and Klitsch to take a 5-2 lead in game 2. Women's Senior Pro winners bracket final here at the APP New Jersey Open. Hamilton Township, as I mentioned before. Fun to say Township.
Seconds. Receivers, you have 1 timeout left in the game. Servers, you have 2 timeouts left in the game.
15 seconds left. Nice positive encouragement and back and forth between Bellamy and Bagby on the timeout,
Time in.
hoping
5,
to
2, 1.
increase their 5-2 lead here.
Point.
I think Bagby thought the previous shot was going to go out, let it bounce, land it in. Great recovery to put one more ball in play. Klitsch unable
6, 2,
to convert
1.
the slam.
Point.
Nice little one-handed poke from Beth Bellamy. Often see her go with two hands, but wanted a little extra reach on that poke from the kitchen line, went with one, and she was very successful with it.
7, 2, 1. Point.
Things getting away from the ladies in white on the far side. Move from 2-2 to 5-2, and now 8-2 Bagby and Bellamy.
8, 2, 1. Point.
Dang, so, I mean, Jenny Klitsch has been in a great situation to be offensive. She had some nice dinks there, waited for the right ball, but the defense and the scrappiness of Bellamy and Bagby is just too much right now. You have to hit 6, 7, 8 great shots to earn a point. It's just not easy to do at this level.
Second server. Nine, 2, 2. Point.
Nice controlled aggression from Beth Bellamy, unable to fully let go on those attacks, but a mid-paced attack in the right spot can be just as effective as a rip.
Complete score is 10, 2, 2. 10, 2, 2. Slide
A
out.
little unlucky on the roll there, but a fantastic run nonetheless
2,
from
10,
the ladies
1.
in the near court, Bellamy and Bagby. Nice hands from Beth Bellamy, weathering the storm of Julie Johnson nicely there.
2, 10, 2. Slide out.
Julie a little, maybe too many options there. She was thinking about the around the post and thinking of a couple different spots she could go. And often when you get stuck in between your options, you go right in the middle of all of them. Unfortunately, that's usually an error.
Second serve.
Nice hands on the short stroke there from Jenny Klitsch. Got jammed up, but did a great job of getting that ball down at the feet of Natalie Bagby.
2.
Nice low rip from Natalie Bagby, and just like that, a 2-game victory for Bellamy and Bagby. A congratulatory tap on the back from Bagby to Bellamy. Great play from those ladies, and we'll be right back with a fresh match at the APP New Jersey Open after a few words from our sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the APP New Jersey Open in Hamilton Township, New Jersey. A short break in between our previous match and this current matchup, and I am no longer me, myself, and I. I have APP visionary and do-it-all, Mr. Ken Ehrman. How you doing, Ken?
Adam, I felt you were alone in the booth here, so I told Lauren I wanted to come play with you. We had so much fun earlier this month. Next Gen, Oklahoma City.
Oh yeah, I remember it well. And while I do really enjoy hearing myself talk and talking by myself, it is nice to have a buddy in the booth.
Well,
so
it is. So it's
happy
great to
have
be
you.
out here. We've had terrific play today. The weather has broken. All that high humidity that we had earlier in the week. We're at about 80, 85 degrees right now, and the humidity with the rain that came in yesterday, so the players are definitely liking the conditions more than what we had the last couple days.
For sure, for sure. And we have a fantastic race to 15 lined up on our championship court number 2. We have Vivian David and Hunter Johnson, who just squeaked out a 15-9 victory over Sarah Ansberry and Rafa Hewitt, up against Zane Navratil and Susanna Barr. 2 lovely nicknames for Susanna Barr, the Dark Horse and the Net Lord, a new one for me, who just beat the brother-sister duo of Lou and Lou 15-6 to set up this matchup here.
Yeah, both were terrific matches. They were on the outside courts, but had good crowds out there watching them. We've had great crowds here all week long. Over on CC1 right now, it looks as if JW and Simone are taking on Deckel and Lee Whitwell, and then we've got a terrific match over here right now on CC2.
That's exactly right. That back draw catching up. I believe what Ken just mentioned on Championship 1 is the winner's bracket final of the mixed pro division.
I think it's winner's bracket semi.
Oh, it's a semi-final.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
So I'm a little behind myself. Thank you for that correction, Ken. So really, I think all we need now is a referee, Ken, and we'll be all set. So the ladies and gentlemen getting a nice warm-up here. I do believe that this is a first-time matchup for Hunter Johnson and Vivian David. And I have been informed, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, the Johnson hack, Hunter wearing the White Sox. So that's an easy way to tell them apart. And yes, and Yates claiming from the sideline that he is the better-looking one. Not so sure. They look pretty similar to me. Oh, no, Zane's saying they're both ugly. Oh, shots fired early on. Match hasn't even started yet, and we got shots fired. Goodness gracious. Nice to see some light-hearted banter before the match, but things will get very serious here in a couple minutes, Ken.
Adam, we welcome you in the booth, but we also welcome you back on the tour as one of APP's top 10 pros. We're excited to get you back. Can you tell everyone how's your injury coming along?
Well, I'm sure no one cares too much about me, but I'll give you a little tidbit. Yes, had a calf injury that has lingered from the New York Open up at beautiful Flushing Meadows facility, and I was hoping to be back for the Beer City Open and the Major League Pickleball that happened this past weekend, but was unable to do so. So my new target tournament to get back inside the lines instead of outside the lines is the Chicago Open, which is the second leg in a wonderful 3-tournament stop with the Philadelphia Open, and the Chicago Open, and the Atlanta Open, Atlanta Metro Open, following this wonderful New Jersey Open.
And if I recall right, you are a silver medalist coming back to defend your title in Chicago.
In Chicago, yes, I believe so. So looking forward to maybe repeating, maybe bumping it up one spot to that gold medal. We'll have to see what happens there.
And then also for our viewing audience, Mr. Stone is now a married man. He married his beautiful bride, Corinne Carr. Was it last weekend?
Yes.
2 weekends ago.
Yeah, two weekends ago. So just under, right around 2 weeks now. Lovely, just the two of us in Peru. Yay, I think the first 2 weeks are happily married for everyone. So we'll see what happens a few months down the line. But I will have to say, so far so good. Thanks for bringing that up, Ken.
Yep, congratulations to you and Corinne from everybody from the APP family.
Oh, and we had a quick graphic up on screen. The Chicago Open, August 31st through September 4th. Pickleballtournaments.com. Check it out. Registration's still open. We'd love to have you. Love to see you in the Windy City.
Just so the people know, we're in Highland Park, Illinois. This is the second year at that event. Highland Park, of course, is the tragedy that took place with the shooting. So we've got a couple of things lined up. Highland Park strong, Highland Park proud. That community has rebounded itself, as always, terrifically, and we're just so welcoming to be back in Highland Park, and have got some things like that. That the APP Tour is going to make a contribution back to the families that were affected by the July 4th shooting.
Well, good to hear, Ken. Glad you guys we are going above and beyond in that regard. Terrible tragedy, and any little things we can do to help, we hope will help.
All right, interesting. These 15-point games, how crucial is it to get off to a good start?
Oh, it's always crucial, Ken, but I've mentioned it several times in the booth so far today. Just, a 4 or 5. A 90-second slip-up, you're down 5-0, 4-0. I mean, that's a third of the game, Ken. So a quick start is absolutely paramount. Let's see which team comes out on fire. Often that team that comes out hot is the winner in the end.
Well, four good competitors out here.
Oh, that's for sure.
Opening point.
Nice combination there from Hunter Johnson to speed it up, clean it up. Missed soft shot there from Hunter Johnson, who has seen his soft game definitely improve over the last few months. Rock solid tennis player, as I mentioned earlier, with his brother.
Yeah, both of the Johnson boys are coming off of the ATP Tour, where they had good, solid success on the doubles tour, living down there in the New Braunfels area in Texas, and now transitioning to pickleball full-time.
That's right. Switch that T to a P, and here we are, Ken. Very nice shot there by Susanna Barr, who is known as a little bit of a hot and cold player. Doesn't necessarily have huge margin for error with some of her drops and dinks, but when they go in, they are very good setup for her partner.
Come on!
Oh, great job there.
Well, I will.
Oh, no, late foot call on the referee. Oh no, we had a great celebration from Susanna and from Zane with the net post mic, but apparently dragged that back foot as she's coming through the kitchen. Very interesting point there. Had a little bit of everything. I will be looking for that pattern with the two ladies. Susanna obviously moving her dinks cross court and playing quite a bit of line to Hunter Johnson. So I look for that pattern to continue. Vivian David, one of the best misdirectors of the pickleball, attacking the player in front of her. Nice look there at the shake and bake, but Zane Havertel looking over at the booth and wagging the Dikembe Mutombo finger, saying, no, no, no.
Well, you've got a little bit of style as Vivian and Susanna are dinking with each other. Vivian always does a good job of putting some kind of backspin or underspin off of her dink. Susanna hits a pretty flat ball. Now, it's amazing the accuracy that Susanna has with her placements on her dinks. Vivian, of course, with putting slice on the ball, is trying to get the ball out of Susanna's strike zone, trying to force Susanna to pop the ball up.
job there from Hunter Johnson, dropping that right shoulder, getting skinny, letting it go out. Couple let cords throughout that point. A lot of pickleball played, and we are only at 0-1.
Good return by Zane. Yeah. Zane didn't keep his pedal up that time.
For sure, caught Zane on the right hip. Great forward movement there from Hunter Johnson, and not only was he in the right spot, he put his shot to the right spot as well. Wow.
It's nice having Vivian David back out here. She took a couple of events off. She did not go out to Southern California this year. When we went out to Southern Cal, went home, visited some with her family. A very supportive family down there in South Florida, or down in Western Florida.
Yes.
So good.
That's a good point.
Hunter Johnson claiming that his shot was so good, and I cannot disagree at this moment. But yes, Ken, it's nice to, you know, this is real work these guys are doing out here, and to recharge the batteries, occasionally take an event or two off, or space something out. It's just sometimes it's necessary.
Well, we've got an awfully strong field here in New Jersey. 14 of the top 20 men are here, and 12 of the top 20 ladies are here. So everyone has really been playing a lot this summer, getting their strokes peaked, especially as we head into the fall season.
Oh my goodness!
Good read. I like it when they get close to the net cord. The net cord.
Adam, there's a different vibe on CC2.
Yes.
Everything on CC1 is like cutthroat. It's a little more chill over here. I kind of like being in this booth a little more.
We're doing our thing on CC2.
You know, people are saying nice shot, way to go. Different vibe on CC2.
1-3-1 in this early stages of our race to 15. Susanna Barr with that patented inside-out backhand, whether it's a mid-court shot or a dink from the kitchen, just rock solid on that wing from the Dark Horse. Beautiful shot and set up there from Zane Navratil.
So one thing to add about Susanna, you know, she does such a great job of retrieving that ball, but I think she probably wants to work then after she retrieves it, closing in and not staying back in that no women's area. Trying to move back up on it.
Absolutely. So yeah, sometimes that land of opportunity is not a bad place to be, but we don't really want to hang out there too much.
Got it. Okay.
Great shot there from Vivian David. Susanna Barr pushing that dink a little bit too far, and Vivian David, sensing Zane Navratil lurking in the middle with that forehand, was able to jerk that back to his backhand side for a clean winner. Beautiful execution from Vivian. Zane there pulling a low trigger, kind of sensing that Vivian was a few feet off the line, so he was going to test her hands, unable to coax it over the net.
Just wide, but you can see how Susanna was working the point. You know, she's a solid top 10 player. You can see where her smarts comes into play out there, and very seldom beats herself. Even if she makes if she makes an error, it was oftentimes still the right shot she was going for. Susanna also has a very talented young man named Porter Barr. Porter Barr's coming through next gen. One of our top future Americans that will be leading the pack in the years to come. So Porter's home watching. We want to give a shout out to him. We're looking forward to seeing him, I believe, in Dallas end of September.
Word on the street, Ken, is he's got a heck of a serve.
Porter does have a heck of a serve. He's a terrific young man with a great personality, and this sport is going to gobble him up as he gets to be known by more and more fans.
pressure there from Zane Navratil and Susanna Barr. Some nice positive talk from the teammates on the far side.
Great job. Great footwork from Zane. He's always up on the tops of his toes, balls of his feet. Never, very seldom gets caught on his heels where he's leaning off the ball.
Yes, absolutely, Ken. He did a nice job there of changing his spot. Poked one up the line on Vivian. A few points before that one, he played to the middle.
Yeah.
Nice Ernie there from Hunter Johnson. And it's interesting to see. I wonder if this is just Susanna hitting it where she's most comfortable or something going along with their strategy. But she is going behind Hunter Johnson a lot and kind of avoiding that cross-court dink pattern with Vivian David.
Yeah.
She was there, Ken. I think just.
But that's that low margin of error.
Yes.
If you don't put spin on the ball, you run the risk of tipping the top of the net. Now sometimes it goes over, which is why she's called the net lord, and sometimes it doesn't.
Very true. Just missed it. Hunter saying it felt so right, but Wynn pushing it a little wide.
Nice transition from defense to offense right there from Vivian.
Absolutely. One of the better two-handed power backhands moving forward, whether it's off her own drop or a nice poach from her partner. Nice job. Yes, Vivian David there. So that was back-to-back spots to the middle for Zane for that point and a point 3 or 4 points before. So a nice adjustment by Vivian David, who slid too far on that initial attack, right on that one in the last point. So
it's always so important when you with your partner to figure out what are your opponent's strike zones. Where are they? Some people like higher balls, medium balls, lower balls. Vivian at 5'4" right now is doing a great job handling that ball that's coming down at her knees and really muscling herself through those balls. I wonder if Zane and Susanna should probably think about that a little bit and try to get that ball out of that strike zone of Vivian's to try to show her something different. Because right now she's taking that ball and she's being able to generate some good pace on it.
For sure. That, you know, that low center of gravity sometimes helps, Ken. So I find myself handling the low balls a little bit better sometimes than the taller competitors.
Yes, Adam, that is definitely one of your strengths.
Vivian David, just a rock-solid base. She has great balance out there, always staying low, and she can muster up some consistency with that base, but also can get the power as well. So love watching her play. Very, very talented competitor out here. Great hands of staying home there from Hunter Johnson. Susanna trying to sneak that ball up his line, but Hunter right there with the counter, and they clean up on the next ball. Nice job, Zane, trying to get out of the way and pull that paddle back, but as I mentioned, Vivian David attacking those cross-court shots at the player in front of her guy or girl. Absolutely beautiful. Jinxed her.
Yeah.
Commentator curse right there. It's a thing, Ken.
Vivian had a good fall last year. Picked up titles at Hilton Head. picked up titles in Atlanta last year.
Little squeal there from Viv. Can't always make the right decision out there. Probably pulled that trigger a little bit too early, but can't blame her too much with some of the early success she's had with that shot.
Correct.
Let's see. Yeah, I know she's got more than that. The initial Mesa tournament in January, her and Deckelbar, I believe, won mixed doubles.
That's right. We were out there. We opened up Legacy.
That's correct.
Great facility out there. Great support. Ryan Treffery does a terrific job with his team.
I know Caden Niemoff is a teaching pro out there as well. Shout out to them.
Well, you can see Zane's trying to be a little more assertive out here.
For sure. And it's tough when you have to be responsible and pressure in the middle and also coming back and covering that ball behind you. Not easy to do. Hunter Johnson able to make him pay there. Great job there by Hunter. I think 6 months ago he might have ripped one of those shots and gone for something a little questionable.
And I think Susanna was upset. She changed the pattern of the ball. We see sometimes when a player changes their pattern, their chances increase in making an unforced error. You got to really be selective when you change that direction. Well done. Vivian's actually beating Mr. Johnson to the line. So she's right up there going toe-to-toe with Zane.
Oh, absolutely. And if anyone can do it, she can. She's a really great mover, too. Had some success in singles early on. Has kind of pulled out of the singles recently.
But she's coming back. I spoke with her in the tent, the players' tent up at Beer City, and she says she wants to get back working on her singles game. We all remember some great matches she played down at Pickleplex a couple years ago.
At the WPC.
Won the title down there. A couple of fly swatters on those backhand volleys. Oh, just too good.
What a point. What a point.
Too good.
Fantastic angle created there by Zane Navratil. Quality point.
Zane's parents are probably watching him back in Wisconsin. Big supporters of Zane. Oftentimes we see them on the road supporting their son.
I actually think that Zane played with his dad in the mixed or in the double split age event at the U.S. Open.
He did.
Always cool to see that. A little fun.
His father is a terrific player himself. Got Zane involved in the sport.
There you go. We always love the fun facts here on CC2. I got plenty of them.
All right, 6-12. Now look at Suzanne. She's charging in after that. More aggressive.
I think she was on that one. Kind of had it in her strike zone like we talked about before. Clipped the tape, though, and that's part of the deal with a low margin for error. Zane Navratil with that nice loose arm. Got to keep it loose. Want to put the ball away. He did just that. Power and angle. No chance for Vivian David. So Zane Navratil with a tough call from the far side. He thought the ball was out. Hunter asked the referee how she saw it, and she saw it good. So we do have a point for Vivian David and Hunter Johnson on that shot. I think it was a smart play from Susanna to go ahead and take a timeout there.
Yeah.
No one wants to make a bad call, but occasionally it just happens. So a little regroup time.
We're hearing some excitement over on CC1. Its score comes in. Simone and JW have advanced to the winner's bracket final. They've just taken out Deco Bar and Lee Whitwell. Crowd is great crowd over there on Championship Court 1 today.
For sure. And we usually see that as a progression, Ken, at the tournaments. Solid crown yesterday for singles, but it usually builds throughout the weekend. So Very cool to see bigger crowds today, and I would expect even bigger crowds tomorrow. Very exciting stuff here.
And we've got 3 events on the East Coast: Philadelphia, New Jersey, and New York City. So APP is definitely trying to grow the sport out here on the East Coast.
Heck yeah.
All right, big point.
Wow, great digs there. Couple opportunities for Zane to take the ball out of the air, but the wind playing tricks with the ball, had to let it bounce and paid the price there with Vivian David crashing in.
And if you're an at-home viewer watching, notice how Vivian always has that paddle up in the ready position. She's charging with that paddle up. Oh, that was for her dad, Jan Papi.
Yeah, that's right. A nice belly laugh there from Vivian David.
She knows Jan's like, you should not have done that to my Vivian. You should not have done that, my Vivian.
Fantastic accent, Ken. I knew we had you on here for a reason. Way to come through for everyone at home. Tough ball there, pushed just wide by Susanna, showing some frustration. Zane, unfortunately, just hesitating for a fraction of a second on that poach, and it cost him. And we have a match point, Ken.
Yep.
And there it is. I'll take the blame for that one, Susanna. My fault on the commentator curse, but a fairly highly contested race to 15 there. The score didn't do it justice. Some fantastic points out there. And Hunter Johnson and Vivian David moving their way through the opportunity bracket, and we'll be right back after a few words from our sponsors. All right, welcome back, everyone. We have well, first off, I'll tell you where we are. We're at the APP New Jersey Open in Hamilton Township, New Jersey, and we have a bronze medal match in the men's senior pro division. We saw Matthias Johansson and Dave Furman earlier on this court as our first look at John Sperling and Mircea Murariu. So earlier in the day in the semifinals, Furman and Johansson beat this exact same team, Murariu and Sperling, 6-11, 11-5, 11-8. Murariu and Sperling looking for some revenge in this bronze medal match. The winner of this match will be greeted with a gold medal appearance against Rick Witzkin and Paul Olin. Once again joined by Ken Herman. Happy to have you here, Kim, for this men's senior pro action.
Adam, I love the vibe on CC2. I love the vibe. So, senior pros, APP's big fans of the Senior Pro Tour. I appreciate the fact that the Senior Pro Council has endorsed the APP Tour. There's nowhere to hide in these Senior Pro draws. Players are coming in from California, Florida. The draws are just so challenging. It used to be sometimes in the Senior Pros you can get 1 or 2 easy matches, and now right from round 1, it is a tough match, especially with the top players coming in. Here on the APP Tour, Mircea's #1, John Sperling's #4, and Matthias has really been working hard on his doubles game. He's clearly been the dominant singles player this year, and now has gotten himself in the top 5 overall with strong doubles and mixed doubles results. So it's very appreciative, and it's great pickleball. The seniors are always a joy to watch.
For sure. I think that there's probably a couple things they can't do compared to the young bucks, but there's a couple things that they probably do better than the young fellas. So some point construction, some consistent smart play, and don't count out these guys and their athleticism. They do some pretty special stuff out there. I wanted to make a quick correction. I was commentating Jenny Klitsch's match earlier, and I commented that her brother Tim Klitsch was her husband. That is absolutely not the case. They are brother-sister. They have a nice, healthy rivalry going. Tim Klitsch with that big win with the Ranchers at MLP last weekend. Jenny trying to get some hardware for herself. So I apologize to Jenny and Tim. My mistake. Wanted to clear that up.
We're good?
Here in the commentary booth, getting some nice commentary from Simone Jargin in between matches. Always has some clever stuff to say.
Simone's had a great day. She's advanced to the women's. She's advanced to the mixed doubles winners bracket final. Her and JW just won over on CC1 with a great crowd cheering her on, and it's always good having Simone at an event.
Yes, love my time with Simone, but occasionally when we get together, we revert back to being 16 years old.
Well,
so
wait, I remember us in the press room, I think, at New York City. You were up taking questions in the press room in the media room at Flushing Meadows.
Yes.
Simone was asking a bunch of questions as if she was a New York Times reporter, putting you on the hot spot a little bit.
Oh, yeah. And I was trying to call on someone else in the crowd, but was unable to do so.
Well, Simone took all the questions.
Yes, she did. So thank you for letting me relive that wonderful moment in my life at the New York Open. Thank you so much, Ken.
All right, so we got an interesting matchup here. John Sperling and Mircea have been playing all year together, consistently gain on the medal stand. John is a master of keeping the ball down low, a master of being patient, quick hands. Mircea, a lot of power on his forehand, a terrific athlete. When he pulls that trigger, it can either be rock star or rock hard.
for sure. And as you mentioned, a great assessment. John Sperling, very smooth, very adept at the soft game, and has a little bit more firepower in his partner with Mircea Murariu. As we saw earlier in the day, you are not on the mic for this one, Ken. Happy to have you now. But Olin and Witzkin definitely were leaning on their soft game to counteract the power of Matthias Johansson and Dave Furman. I will look for Marariu and Sperling to do the same thing, as Matthias and Dave both very much like to pull their triggers from all areas of the court.
Got a little bit of wind out here, as we talked earlier. The heat has dropped. Cold front come in, the humidity has dropped down, so we're in pleasant mid-80s right now.
Men's Senior Pro Bronze Medal match. Johansson, Furman to my left. Mararu, Sperling to my right. Best 2 out of 3 games. This is game 1. Time in, 0-0-2.
Here we go.
Side out.
Couple let chords on that initial point. Ended up going the way of Marariu and Sperling after Johansson left his dink a couple inches high. Sperling taking advantage and poking that backhand.
Second server.
Good spot there for Matthias.
Matthias is a smart player. Very selective with his choices, very selective when he pulls the trigger.
0-0-2.
And he's gotten much more selective over the last few months in a good way.
Side out.
Wow.
Did that drop in, Ken?
It caught in.
Oh, wow. I did not see it land.
It caught in.
I did not think he was going to be able to keep that rocket forehand in, but he pulled it off with some nice top spin.
John had a terrific drop. His opening drop set Mircha up, and Matthias was right there with that paddle up,
0-0-1.
blocking that ball back. 0-0-1.
Second server.
Nice job by Mircha Marariu of the mid-paced aggression. I think he had something to work with,
0-0-2.
but not able to fully rip it. Nice casual leave by John Sperling. He doesn't do anything too fast. Very smooth, cool customer out there.
Second server.
I think the net sped up Johansson's hands a little bit. A decent transition attack from John Sperling there, transitioning from the back of the court to the kitchen line.
0-0-2.
Good placement, good spot. Mircha was trying to transition in.
Yeah, even the teams that play together all the time sometimes have some confusion in the middle. That's just part of the deal with pickleball.
0-0-1.
I'm sure they will get that cleaned up moving forward.
Still at 0-0-1. Wow, good reset, both players.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
1-0-1.
Nice job, Mircha Marariu, getting skinny there, letting that ball go out. As you can see, when you're this high-level competition, it is just very difficult to score on your serve. I think we've played 10 or 12 points, and the score is 1-0.
Oh, but look at the returns. Look at how deep Mircha's returning the ball. All four of these players are so solid on that return.
For sure. Great returns. First to the kitchen. That's just a recipe for having the advantage in the point. And we're seeing that early on in this match.
0-1-1.
0-1-1. Early game 1, men's bronze medal match.
The return was short that time from Dave.
Uncharacteristic miss from John Sperling on the backhand volley dink.
0-1-2.
That's 2.
Right out.
Yeah, that's 2.
It's good for Matthias. Matthias is going toe-to-toe with him.
For sure. We saw it earlier match too. Matthias very consistent and comfortable with the backhand dink, a little less so on the forehand.
Second server.
Great spot there at the left foot of Dave Furman. Much more difficult to reach with your backhand to that left foot. A great spot whether your opponents are in the mid-court or at the kitchen. Great initial dig from Dave Furman off one of the most powerful forehands in the men's senior game.
It's good to see these players are fit. Matthias is fit. Dave Furman, I'd take him to a rock concert anyway. He'd take any. He'd be a great security guy.
He looks great sleeveless, doesn't he? Nice pressure there from John.
I mean, from both the
Mircea and
senior women and also the men's senior women. They're putting so much more time in the gym, staying fit, trying to keep their bodies healthy. It's just great activity from all parts.
Nice combo, and Sperling showing a little emotion, smacking the paddle of his partner with his hand. The last 2 points getting Mircea fired up over there. Love to see that.
2-1-1.
It's always nice to see when the calm player gets fired up. It means a little bit more, Ken.
It does.
No offense to Julian Arnold, but when he gets fired up, that's just Julian being himself. So when the calm and collected John Sperling gets you fired up, you pay attention and you listen. It's a fantastic cover from Matthias Johansson in the middle. Dave Furman having to hold line with Sperling going with the backhand attack, and a great 2-shot combination in the middle for Matthias. Well played.
1-2-1.
Good drop by Dave.
Little chin music there from Sperling. Sometimes a slower, loopier attack up at the shoulders or the neck can be very effective, as we saw in that shot right there.
1-2-2.
Oh, he had it.
Mircea was ready, though, too.
For sure.
I think Mircea had that paddle up looking for it.
He had some nice pop on that initial counter attack, and Matthias just letting that second ball get a little too far behind him. Wow, great hands by all the fellas there. Matthias with the big forehand up the middle, and Jean letting Mircea know, my fault. I should have been there to cover the middle on that particular counter for Matthias. Tough counter attack from John Sperling, who the team of Mararu and Sperling definitely left that dink high. So I respect Furman's decision to attack, just put it to the wrong spot. Sperling ready that time to cover the middle. 2 or 3 shots later with some help from his partner Mararu. The point is theirs.
Matthias goes back and watches that. He's going to see he was falling off the line that time. John and Mircea were right on that line.
That was the difference between those 2 points. Absolutely right, Ken.
It's very good. I'm sensing I'm seeing Matthias set the pattern up, whereas before I think in earlier play this year in doubles he was maybe reacting to the pattern, and now I'm really seeing him strategize and set the pattern up, and he's taking control of how he wants this point to be played out.
For sure.
We've got some of the cheerleaders coming across the court here.
Definitely have a lot of chess in this game of pickleball, so you're exactly right. If you can set yourself up, think a few moves ahead, you're definitely at the advantage to the player reacting.
I definitely am seeing that right now with Matthias. Good coverage.
I mean, Ken, we got Ernie's, we got around the post, we got covering in the middle. We got some real athletes out here. Great point from the fellas.
1-4-2.
And we've got 5 points total. Smart lob. Well done. Adam, I'm seeing more lobs in the game, are you?
For sure, absolutely. Not just at the senior pro level, at the pro level as well. And I think it was a combination of well-disguised and his frequencies. He had not tried that yet this match, so he very much caught Sperling off guard with that lob. Great execution by Matthias Johansson. Tough ball there. Furman going with the speed up into the right shoulder of Mircea Marariu, who very, very nicely took a shorter swing. If he got a little crazy with that backswing, I think it would have cost him on that point. Nice short stroke for Mircea.
4-2-1.
Excellent job there of John Sperling staying home. Matthias looking for that down the line attack and then a cleanup on the next ball, but Sperling right there to smack that backhand right at chest level.
Good serve, good depth. Yeah, and to add on to that, John does a great job of always reaching into the kitchen and really takes that ball early out in front of you. So if you're on the other side with that paddle not up, you're really going to get caught being jammed on the ball. Well, that time John was a little off balance as he was transitioning himself in.
For sure. I think it was a reasonable idea, but to be aggressive off of a very nice shot from Dave Furman, probably not the best time for it. The sneaky drive. We don't see that too often from John. Caught Dave Furman transitioning. Couple feet off the kitchen line and sailed the volley long. Really solid run here, just calm and controlled. Not a whole lot of very quick points, but a nice job of just smoothing it out, and all of a sudden it's 8-2 for Marariu and Sperling. Fantastic spot from John Sperling. Like you mentioned, Ken, Sperling's so adept at reaching into the kitchen and mixing up his spots as well. That one right at the right hip of Matthias Johansson could not handle the counterattack.
Well, again, another thing that John does so well is he plays the softball and he's able to neutralize his opponents by taking the ball out of his opponent's strike zone. Matthias is a very tall, very fit 6'5" gentleman, and John is really slowing that pace of the ball down and getting that ball down low at him.
We'll just go ahead. We'll just go ahead and give Dave Furman the sexy time on that shot. Froze his opponent holding line and kind of pushed that ball up the middle with the forehand. Absolutely beautiful attack from Dave Furman. One of the best ones of the day, no doubt.
Second server.
Nice low speed up from Mircea Marariu. And really, even though it was cross court, caught Dave Furman a few feet off of the line.
Side out.
Almost a lot of spin on that return. Anytime you can get the ball back with spin on it, it always makes it that much more difficult for your opponent to get the ball back.
I think Matthias.
A lot of spin on that ball.
I think Matthias wanted to rip that one, and he switched over to the third shot drop and couldn't execute. Should have just ripped it, big man.
John's trying to push him off the line right now. He's done it. Yeah, again, all 4 players. Matthias is 3 feet behind the line.
And chose to change direction out of that cross-court pattern with Sperling.
10-3-1.
Game point, game 1, men's senior pro bronze medal match.
That's good, clean. Nice setup. Nice setup for John from Mircha.
Absolutely, and to be honest, Matthias Johansson left that dink not very high, so a nice job of laying off of it a little bit from Mircha. A fantastic last 5 minutes of game 1 for Sperling and Marariu. We'll be right back with game 2 after this commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 action here in our men's senior pro bronze medal match. A quick shout out to the next gen, some upcoming stops. I believe it is age 23 and under. A great job by the APP Tour getting some of the young bucks involved in this awesome sport. We have Dallas, Texas, September 30th through October 2nd, and Kansas City, November 18th through 20th. So check out pickleballtournaments.com. We would love to have you out to one of these events. I was able to be a part of one of these events as a pro mentor and commentator in Oklahoma City, and it was an absolutely great experience.
Matthias Johansson to my right. This is game 2. Time in. 0-0-2.
All right, Adam, let's put you in the coach's corner. You just have Matthias and Dave. What are some things you think you're talking to them about during that changeover? What are some things they need to do differently this second game?
Okay, I'll fill you in right here after this point. Yeah, Ken, I don't necessarily think they've done anything terrible wrong. Definitely a little cleaner and better executed on the Sperling Marariu side. Maybe I would play a few more dinks over to Mircha Marariu as opposed to John Sperling. Mircha, fantastic player, does a lot of things well, but I think he would even admit that Sperling's a little more solid once they get to the kitchen line on those dinks. So maybe switch some patterns, kind of change things up. can't keep beating your head against the wall if it's not working. So push a few dinks over to Mircea and see if that change in pattern can get you a few more opportunities. Nice pressure, good rip. Or
Agassi.
Yeah, or just slap a bunch of forehands and win. So that's exactly what happened there. Mircea Mararu kind of chuckling, just saying, couldn't weather the storm on that one. That was 4 huge forehands from Matthias Johansson, and I believe Dave Furman got in there with 1 as well.
1-2-1. Second server.
Really good look there. Can't blame him for attacking that ball. John Sperling late getting forward. I think that would have been a lot of trouble for Mararu and Sperling had that ball cleared the tape. Yeah, he tried his best on the first 3 or 4 to neutralize, and he did a great job. Matthias leaving that dink high, and no chance for Dave Furman on that last forehand from
Again,
Mararu.
we've said a couple times, Matthias broke the pattern, took a down the line ball and went cross court, and the paddle was too open, and the ball lofted.
Point.
Yeah.
Nice.
So to add on to what you had said earlier about some adjustments, perhaps that Matthias and Dave can do. You know, if you go back and remember the first 5 minutes of the first game, nobody was scoring points.
Right.
Yes.
Matthias and Dave, I thought, did a really great job of putting some pace and depth on their opening volleys as they were coming in. They were really neutralizing Mircea and John. Then I felt like their volleys weren't as crisp. John and Mircea were not nearly on defense as much when they were having to go off and react off of that first volley. So I think putting some emphasis on that first volley, really sticking it, and making sure your opponents are on defense, I think that's probably a key for them to do, and able to get that line and to strike first blood if they can.
Oh, nice counterattack from Dave Furman. Yeah, for sure, Ken. It's a delicate balance because you know you're playing a team that wants to slow it down a little bit more, so you don't want to make bad decisions out there, but you don't want to just play their game also. So you got to find that happy middle ground somewhere. And to be honest, Ken, it's just very difficult to find that perfect balance.
Here we have John trying to pull Matthias off that line. I think it caught it.
Yes, he definitely got it.
Wow.
Apparently, Matthias Johansson does not need much of an angle to hit it around the post. That's 2 very nice around the post shots from Matthias Johansson, even though he was assisted by the tape on that one.
Great serve by Dave.
Nice athleticism. Dave Furman, I've played plenty of rec games with him. His serve, one of his best weapons, and that is definitely an Ernie count #1 for Dave Furman on that put away. Beautiful combination.
3-3-1.
Another great serve by Dave.
Point.
Nice job in the inside out forehand dink as well. He's done a nice job when he steps around that backhand of dinking the ball. He got himself in some trouble stepping over to his left in the previous match with a gap in the middle that his opponents found several times.
Point.
Ooh, heavy hands from the far side of the court. Matthias Johansson and Dave Furman
Timeout receiving team. Score is 5-3-1. 1 minute.
with a lovely few points here to take the lead 5-3 and a smart timeout from Sperling and Mararu.
What I love about Dave is he's always moving forward at him. He hits the ball, he's moving forward. Even if a ball's going to come at him hard, he's not scared. He doesn't back off the ball. He keeps that paddle up and really does a good job. He's got quite a presence out on the court.
Definitely. He's a big boy, has some good power, and obviously has some heavy hands. So for sure true. And I think the the decision making has been a little bit better so far in this game too, where they are playing solid, playing a few soft shots, but taking their chances when they have them and not just falling into a dink rally, which is definitely something John Sperling especially very comfortable with.
John and Mircha over in the corner talking. I have no doubt John is saying, Mircha, we have to slow it down.
That's right.
There's no doubt that's what John is telling Mircha.
Yes, and they were talking to each other the entirety of the timeout, so look for an adjustment coming from them out of this timeout. Nice dink there, Murariu.
Too far back. Couple of feet back.
Yeah, the body language says it all. Not thrilled with that soft shot error.
You know, sometimes you get so wrapped up in the point you forget sometimes where you are in the court. You got to keep telling yourself, get up there, get up there.
Good spot at the right hip there from Mircha Murariu.
Yep.
Dave Furman sitting heavy backhand in that defensive position. I don't blame him for that, but still got to find the spot, and Mircha did.
6-3-2.
Great slide there by Furman. Basically, Mircha Murariu hit that speed up to the exact same spot he previously did. But instead of being late switching over to the forehand side after sitting backhand, Dave Furman moving to his right and thunder punching that counterattack beautifully. Nice counters, big forehands from the big men on the far side of the court. And game two, so far a lopsided affair at 8-3-2. Miscommunication from Murariu and Sperling. Little bit of jibber jabber going on between Sperling and Murariu. Hopefully they can clean that up. Great strategy there with Furman whiffing the initial counter attack and Matthias right there. Very difficult when that happens. Not sure, expecting the ball to come from Furman, but it comes from his partner. Second time out in a short period of time here for Murariu and Sperling. Sorry guys, took my headset off for 1 second to see if I could hear what Sperling and Murariu are talking about in this corner. I can't quite pick it up. Was looking for some inside info. John Sperling saying something about fighting over the ball for no reason. Not sure exactly what context was before that.
10-3-2.
Game point, game two. Nice calm patience there from Sperling, jumping back off the kitchen line in a defensive position, resetting, forcing Dave Furman into an ambitious speed up.
server.
A couple really nice slap counter attacks from Mircea Marariu there. But Dave Furman up to the task of matching him.
3-10-2. Point.
I believe that is 7 no's from Dave Furman. No, 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 no. All been there.
Point.
One at a time from Sperling and Marariu. 4-10-2, game 2.
5-10-2.
Excuse me, 5-10-2, game 2.
Side out. Ten 5-1. Second
Just
server.
caught the tape after a very nice deep return from
Very
John
good
Sperling.
return from John.
10-5-2. Side out.
Another good return.
Yes, a couple loose opportunities on game points from Furman and Johansson. Fortunately for them, they do have a bit of a cushion here.
5-10-1.
Cushions evaporate quickly in this game, though.
Another around the post.
Yes,
Second
Matthias proving he is a champion when it comes to around the post shots. I believe that is number 3 for Matthias.
5-10-2. I'll recall the score. I'll recall the score. No, you don't. Sorry, I got to score. Yep. 5-10-2. Side out.
That's that drop wide from the transition area. And I believe this is match point number 4 or 5 for Johansson and Furman. See if they can capitalize here.
He needs a deep serve.
Second server.
Couple times that Mircea Marariu has caught Dave Furman on the right hip.
10-5-2.
Beautiful spot.
Side out.
So much spin on that backhand slice. Ball came maybe 6 inches off the ground for Dave. Dave had it just didn't quite get down low enough.
5-10-1.
See if the Florida boys can make this tight.
Second server.
Did a great job scrambling. Almost got back to neutral, but Marariu unable to capitalize on that last opportunity to come to the kitchen.
Side out.
Somehow, these opportunities not being capitalized by Johansson and Furman, but they're not giving up any points, so doesn't really matter. They're going to take an offensive timeout here, Ken.
Offensive timeout.
They're going to chat about the strategy for these 2 points after having several game points and being unable
I
to
think that's
win.
a very smart idea for them to take this timeout. So, well, you know, it's interesting, Adam, regardless what happens this game, if it does go to a third, you always want to find positives. So John and Mircea have been able to battle back in the second game, that even if they are not fortunate to win this game, they've got some positives to start that third game off on a positive note. You don't want to lose the second game and not have the momentum or something that you can take from that second game to lead you off on a positive note for the third game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And yeah, often you will lose that game, so it's not like the momentum will be with you, but as long as it's just not so lopsided in favor of your opponents, that is a big, big factor starting off game 3 for sure. Still in game 2 here, though. Situation pretty dire for Marariu and Sperling. Let's see if Johansson and Furman can seal the deal here. So it was correct. So it doesn't matter. When that teeing happens, it does not matter whether it's the ball or the paddle. Either one is not good for Matthias. Matthias Johansson exclaiming that he does not know the rules. He's just explaining what happened.
10-5-2. Side out.
All right, if they could just get, they don't even need to tie it up or anything. If they could just get 2 or 3 points and put their score at 7 or 8, that would definitely put the pressure on Furman and Johansson.
Dave needed, yeah, you're right, Dave. And Dave needed a little bit more lift off on that drop he was going for on his follow through. Didn't let that stroke breathe enough. He's right back.
That's right.
Dave has clearly done a better job of volleying the second game here.
Yes.
He's really taken the offense.
That's 2 on the Ernie count for Dave Furman. All right.
And that was a much more aggressive first volley by Matthias.
Using, as you mentioned, his tall, slender frame. Use that length if you have it. Absolute full extension, attacking that ball, hitting it in the green, not the blue, taking time away from his opponents. Absolutely crucial. Uh-oh.
Second server.
Little ambitious there. But I
Did
said that earlier.
Did you see the Norwegian stare at the post he did
He couldn't
there?
believe it.
He gave that a double eye glare.
Matthias, that is a permanent fixture. Little out in front. I think that counterattack came back not as crisp as he was hoping for. Furman out in front of the counter off the counter and sails it long.
Great first volley. Keeping Mircha back. And there they go. Again, I think that key is hitting a great first volley. If you can keep them back there. And they did that really well during the early stages of the first game out there. And nice setup for Matthias.
Yeah, and when you keep them back, Ken, that great topspin from Dave Furman even more in play.
Another point for John.
Uh-huh. It's getting tight. Can't believe 5 minutes ago I would have said you're crazy that we would end up right here in game 2, but here we are.
6-10-2.
Big burst of wind.
Nice counterattack from John Sperling. Yes, I believe that's the biggest gust we've had all weekend so far.
You have 7. Yes. 7-10-2. Night out.
Bad luck there from Mircha Marariu, even though his dink was a bit high. Would have had a good shot at getting it back had it not clipped the tape. Good strategy from Johansson.
Clean.
Nice job. A little too late on the comeback from Sperling or Marariu, but a great job of staying in that game too. It's a little bit too much firepower for Johansson and Furman. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 3 on tap. After a few words from our sponsors, we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful senior pro men's doubles action here on championship court number 2. And beautiful Hamilton Township, New Jersey for the APP New Jersey Open. 2 fairly lopsided games, even though Sperling and Muraru had a bit of a comeback in that game 2. Sperling and Muraru very much in control of game 1, and right back in their face, Johansson and Furman very much in control of game 2. Let's see what game 3 has in store from us. Very exciting stuff.
Well, Mircha and John started getting the momentum back during the latter stages of that match. A couple of choices didn't go the way they wanted. They popped up a couple of drops a little bit, but they clearly were taking down the mountain a little bit with Matthias and Dan.
For sure, we will be switching sides at 6 in this game 3. Our referee calling 15 seconds. Action about to get underway. Just like that game to 15 we talked about earlier, in these game 3s of main draw competition, quick start, so important.
Men's senior pro doubles bronze medal match. Matthias Furman to my left. Muraru Sperling to my right. Game 3 will change ends at 6. Time in 002.
Great job, referee. Said it better than I could.
Side out.
The winner to play Rick Witskin and Paul Olin.
Correct. Who are our winners bracket
001.
final champions and have been waiting around for a couple hours to finish off their tournament.
Second server.
So a quick, ambitious attack from Dave Furman and a third shot drop in the net from Mircha Muraru is how we start our game 3.
Wow, good return, good spot.
Oh, it's a great hold. I honestly thought he was going to dink it to John Sperling's backhand, and he flips that thing up the middle.
001.
Excellent shot by Dave Furman.
Second server.
Fantastic put away power from the brain surgeon, Mr. Mircha Muraru.
002. Point.
Half-hearted apology there from Dave Furman. Catching Mircha Muraru in the
102.
lower abdomen, stomach area. Good try. Nice job digging a few out.
Yep. Matthias wasn't able to get back up there.
That's right, but continuous pressure from the kitchen line from Muraru, and Sperling proved to be too much in that point.
Second server.
No love there from Sperling. Hung out on the tape for a while, but couldn't come over.
012.
Nice job there. You've talked about it so many times, Ken, is Sperling trying to keep Matthias off of the kitchen line. He did so beautifully there. And even though Matthias hit a decent attack, his partner Mircha Muraru waiting at the kitchen line to punish that counter.
So what Matthias has to figure out is why is he getting caught in John Sperling's web time and time again, and what can he do the shot before that to not get caught in his web?
Sure, so he can put his dink to a different spot, or he could possibly hold the line a little bit more and take those balls out of the air. Both would be good options, I believe.
Yep, because right now he's not winning at this option.
Terrible luck there. Where are you? Ready to counter that third shot drive, but clipping the tape. Dave Furman.
2-1-1.
2-1-1, early action, game 3.
Second server.
It's good volley by Mircha. He got down awfully low for that. Dave hit a terrific, kind of a half drive, half drop. That went right down at Mircha's feet.
Nice pull there. A little late on the slide to his left there from Furman. But a good spot to catch Dave on the right side of his body by Murariu.
Pushing him back. He pushed him back again.
For sure. And
Pushed
it's
him
looking
back again.
And it's looking like early in this game 3 that Sperling is targeting Matthias Johansson at the kitchen line. Whatever side he may be on, we'll see if that pattern continues.
Second server.
Solid volley.
Yes, absolutely.
You need to have really good timing to be swinging Mach 40 at a volley like that with wind and find the line.
For sure.
Pinpoint accuracy by Matthias.
Oh! Right foot. He jumped off the line.
Foot fault on the right foot, called by our referee.
Point.
I don't think Johansson or Furman agrees.
3-2-2.
No replay.
And there's the difference between a late slide by Furman and an early slide. When he starts that slide early and recognizes the attack coming, much better chance to slap that ball with a counter, as you saw right there.
2-3-1.
Either way, great athleticism. Oh, he changed it up that time. He didn't want to get caught in the web again, so he put a little more pace on that ball.
Yes, and as I mentioned, Matthias alternating between hard and soft shots from that midcourt. It used to be everything hard.
It's hard. Oh. Good point.
Yeah, very good point. It's a big man flying all over the court, able to recover with a couple very nice blocks, but decided to pull the trigger on the counter attack on that third one unsuccessfully. Good eye there from both players. I think both could have hit it. They stuck their paddle out. Way to keep that paddle down, let that sail long.
Second server.
No comment necessary.
Well, it's always tough when you miss it by a couple of inches. He had everything set up there.
Yeah, it was a beautiful setup.
3-3-2.
He said it, not me, Ken. Oh, you're a dummy, as Sean Sperling exclaims after that rare dink error.
3-3-1. Second server.
A little more loft on that ball.
For sure, I think Matthias Johansson fell victim to the T-Rex arms there. Didn't get that extended out in front, made contact way too close to his body.
3-3-2.
And of course, that often creates an unforced error.
Point. 4-3-2. Point.
Good spot there, a little higher. That ball was definitely sailing out, but as I mentioned previously, if you miss that
5-3-2.
sweet spot at that person's chest a little bit higher is sometimes tougher to defend.
Point.
Carbon copy of
6-3-2,
the point
change ends,
2
1
points
minute.
ago.
Yep.
As Mircea Murariu missing that return in pretty much the exact same spot.
All right, another timeout.
No, I believe we had a side change
Oh,
here.
side
so,
change.
It is a timeout, yes, Ken, but just like that, 6-3 with Johansson and Furman serving on the far side. In this game 3 of the men's senior pro bronze medal match.
A lot of activity taking place today. On the pro side, it is the pro mixed doubles, while the senior pros have got the men's and women's doubles taking place today. Tomorrow we've got action with the pros doing gender doubles and the senior pros doing mixed doubles, and then it's Championship Sunday.
I'm in.
All gold medalists for the
6-3-2.
the pros matches will be headed off to Championship Sunday starting at 10 o'clock Eastern time.
That out.
Good reflexes by Mircea.
For sure. Solid stuff from Mircea. And Furman was right where he needed to be in the middle, just a little bit too big of a swing. Caught
3-6-1.
his forehand counterattack late and paid the price. Big
Second server.
volleys, nice loose arm from Dave Furman.
Ooga, aga, ooga.
I mean, we got two just very nice sleeveless fellas out here, just showing off the guns on both sides of the
3-6-2.
net.
Side out.
Mircea did not move his feet on that ball.
For sure. Lost his balance, never regained it.
6-3-1.
No damage done. Side out, back over to Johansson and Furman.
Good return by John.
Second server.
I love the reactions. Throwing his head back, can't believe it, got exactly what he wanted.
6-3-2.
Overcooked it.
Side out.
That net always throws a wrench in things.
Yeah.
Make even the most talented players look a little bit silly at times.
3-6-1.
All right, 3-6-1. Short return.
Wow, beautiful defense from
Great
John
defense by
Sperling.
John.
So solid.
4-6-1.
Well done.
Yes, good eye and partner communication from John. Mircea locked and loaded, ready to slap that last ball, but John letting him know it's going to sail
5-6-1.
long, and it does.
Point. Timeout receiving team. Score is 6-6-1. 1 minute.
Just like that, Ken, and complete control. Serving at 6-3.
Well,
And-
John again, I think is kind of taking control a little bit, being the mastermind that he is.
And we are all tied up, and Sperling and Murariu are serving. A lot can happen in one minute around these parts. Matthias Johansson always making the capri pants look good. It's his staple. Always wearing the longer shorts. Easy to pick him out of a crowd.
Serving team, you have 2 timeouts left. Time in. 6-6-1.
Well done.
I think the last 4 or 5 points we've had some form of let cord in the middle.
Yep. Yep.
6-6-2. Point.
All right.
I think that was a perfect example, Ken, of volleying that dink. Would have been a great option for Matthias Johansson once he decided to let it bounce. The ball just gets too far behind him and causes a pop-up.
You're right. Dave was ready for it.
Yeah, I would say that qualifies as ready. the slide and slap. Talked about it multiple times. When he slides early, he's very effective. When he gets caught in the middle of his slide, very much at the mercy of Murariu and Sperling.
Second server.
Again, we've got a little bit of wind out here. It's kind of picking up. Balls that were going over the net on the drops are now kind of laying on the top of the tape.
Oh.
7-6-1.
Nice 3-shot combo there from Matthias Johansson. Hitting through the court on his initial 2 speed ups and getting down with the backhand for the last one.
Point.
Great rip from Mircea Murariu, handcuffing Johansson.
Yeah, but I'm going to be critical of Matthias. I think he needed to do more with that opening volley. He was a little too passive on that ball. That was a ball that he could have put away. Well done. Nice job. I like seeing Mircea moving forward like that.
For sure. And I think he bailed himself out of his own mess a little bit, but he did so with a lot of power on both wings, forehand and backhand.
9-6-2.
9-6-2, game 3.
Side out.
All right. It was important. They were kind of on a roll there.
And he muttered to himself after that, why am I dropping back, Ken?
6-9-1.
I'm not sure I have the answer for that, Mircea. I'm sure he will fix that. Great hands there, and it's a very clean, low, good attack from Matthias Johansson, but it is cross-court. So when you attack cross-court, it better be perfect because you are giving your opponent extra time to react.
Correct. Oh, Matthias wasn't expecting that ball to come back.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
I think every player on the court knew he was going to pull the trigger, though.
You know, that's the risky thing. The closer you move up to the kitchen line, you normally want to make your backswing a little more compact.
Oh, for sure. Oh, no. Sat up on the net.
So to just finish up that chain of thought, if your backswing is too big and they block the ball back, you're going to get caught, you know, late on that next ball that you've got to hit. You got to keep it compact. Wow.
Second server.
Unfortunate there.
Yep. I'm very impressed with how Dave's playing. He's constantly moving his feet. If Mattia goes out wide, he's covering the middle, moving back and forth. He very much so is in tune with Mattias's patterns and doing a good job of covering all parts of the court when he has to.
Match point number 2.
Side out.
Couldn't get it over, and they will send the ball back to Furman and Johansson, who will be serving at 6-10-1. Game 3, men's senior pro bronze medal match.
6-10-1.
Ball was called out.
Second server.
I saw it out as well.
6-10-2.
Well done. Good patience. Good job of working the point.
And a great job by Furman. Once he got a ball that he thought he could handle with an offensive shot, he did not wait for that ball. He completely attacked it. And I love to see him making that decision early and committing to it.
Side out.
Nice pressure there. John Sperling, Mircea Marariu.
John didn't move his feet at all. Just swinging left, swinging right.
Sometimes
his feet were just glued on the court.
Sometimes he gets stuck in the mud. I've seen it before. I'm sure we'll see it again, Ken.
Second server.
Ball help. CC1. It's coming. Terry Hartley helping out.
10-7-2.
All right. Match point.
Point.
And there we have it. Great hands there from Mircea Marariu. Very entertaining men's senior pro bronze medal match. Congratulations to Mircea Marariu and John Sperling. We will be right back here at Championship Court 2 at the APP New Jersey Open after a few words from our sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the APP New Jersey Open here in Hamilton Township, New Jersey. Adam Stone on the mic all day, me, myself, and I, except for a little guest appearance from Ken Herman. We are about to check out the Women's Senior Pro Gold Medal match. We have Beth Bellamy and Natalie Bagby, who we have seen previously today, taking on Linda Thompson and Leslie Bernard. Should be a fun-filled affair. Thompson and Bernard were able to defeat Julie Johnson and Jenny Klitsch in the bronze medal match, giving them the opportunity to play Bagby and Bellamy right here on CC2. So this is only my second APP tournament to announce, and I have seen a lot of Beth Bellamy. She seems to always be in the medal matches at the end of the day, mixed, women's, whatever event she is playing in. And I saw a good bit of Leslie Bernard and especially Linda Thompson at the Beer City Open a couple weeks ago. Linda Thompson with a fantastic run with Jose Derisi. So excited to see what they have in store for us here. Bagby and Bellamy have, to be honest, pretty much been on point throughout the day. Couple maybe short lapses of focus or great play by their opponents, but for the most part, they have been in complete control of the matches they have played. See if Bernard and Thompson can shake that up a little bit. But it has been a great display of both offense and defense. They haven't just been, you know, playing a consistent game, making a lot of balls, forcing errors out of their opponents, or just blasting through every opponent that they've had. They've done a nice job of balancing that offense and that defense, transitioning defense to offense when they get the opportunity, and making, for the most part, pretty dang good decisions out there. Warming up some serves and returns. The last step in the process before we get into game action. So as I mentioned, Bagby and Bellamy coming out of the winner's bracket. So Thompson and Bernard will need to not only win a 2 out of 3 game matchup. If they do come out victorious in that 2 out of 3 matchup, they will also have to win 1 game to 15. Commonly referred to as the double dip. And Bellamy and Bagby will only need to win the 2 out of 3 game matchup to seal the deal as APP New Jersey Open champions. Referee calling out 1 minute. We have Deckelbar and Lee Whitwell on the far end of the court, heading off to an outer court to play their 3rd, 4th place match against DJ Young and Corinne Carr. We'll keep tabs on that if we can, but more importantly, big gold medal match here about to get underway. As you can see in our lovely graphic in the top left corner of your screen, this is the number 1 and the number 4 seed of the tournament. Both sets of ladies very comfortable playing with each other. Bellamy and Bagby have been playing all year, and Bernard and Thompson frequently partnered together. Both spend a lot of time down in Florida.
I have Bellamy and Bagby on my left. Ladies, game 1. Time in, 002. Thank you. Point. 102. Side out.
Nice deep shot there from Linda Thompson. Right at the feet of Natalie Bagby, unable to come up with it.
Point.
Great aggressive drop there from Linda Thompson as well. Forcing Bellamy to hit up on the ball. Always nice when that happens.
Second serve.
Great job getting in from Natalie Bagby.
One, two. Side out.
Really nice extension and spin there from Natalie Bagby. Not waiting on the ball and getting that rotation that we've talked about so much. Not only giving her some margin for error, but also having that ball dive down at her opponent's feet.
Second serve.
Bellamy calling watch it after that third drop attempt. And it was a good warning to her partner, who was unable to come up with that defensive shot.
Side out.
All four players settling in a little bit here. I think we've only had a point or two where all four players made it to the kitchen. That happens. Out. I think some of that has to do with the very quality third shots coming from both sides so far.
2-1-1.
Leslie Bernard, I believe, threw out the oh shucks there. Was in a decent spot to be offensive, but the ball played by Natalie Bagby was absolutely perfect right on her shoe tops.
I'll recall. 2-1-2.
Hard to switch over to defense when you got offense on the brain.
Side out. One, two, one.
1-2-1 early game one, women's senior pro gold medal match.
Second serve.
Nice job on the initial counter by Leslie Bernard, and then able to go behind Bellamy on that second cleanup shot. Very well executed.
Side out.
Great spot there, up the middle. Linda Thompson. I think Bellamy, knowing that she wasn't going to get a clean crack at it, pulls the paddle back hoping it would go out, but it did stay in.
Point.
Nice hands.
Three, one, one. Second serve.
Well-placed volley by Natalie Bagby. Got Bernard and Thompson looking at each other. Never good to make eye contact with your partner in the middle of the point. Nice job there. Beth Bellamy in a little bit of trouble, getting pulled out to her backhand side, able to not only throw the defensive lob up, but crash back to the middle and finish on the next ball. Nice job of digging out of a hairy situation.
Second serve. One, three, two.
Great eye there from Beth Bellamy. Knowing that ball was not quite low enough from her opponent to create topspin. Leslie Bernard hitting that shot flat. And it's sailing long.
Side out.
Good spot there from Leslie Bernard attacking the left side of Natalie Bagby, who is obviously left-handed.
3, 2, 1. Second serve.
Nice job from Bellamy using her length.
Side out.
Beth Bellamy yelling to herself and her partner, come on, let's go. Nice combination, yes, and some very positive energy from Bellamy and Bagby. Excellent job. See if they can't use that energy to springboard them to a few points early in game one.
Second serve.
No love, she can't believe it. Didn't creep over for her.
You have 3. 3, 3, 2. Point.
Nice inside-out shot there from Natalie Bagby. She had gone inside in the previous one, if not 2 times. Nice change up on her spot.
Yes, I did. Point.
I'm not sure if that was a drive, drop, or lob on the third shot, but it worked out either way.
Side out.
Sending the ball back over to Bernard and Thompson, but they did sneak the lead, or maybe not the lead, it could be 3-3 possibly. No, 5-3, they did sneak the lead. We had an eruption over there on CC1. J.W. Johnson and Simone Jargine moving on to Championship Sunday after winning that winner's bracket final.
Point.
Nice hands from the ladies on the far end. Thompson and Bernard weathering that storm and those aggressive shots from Bagby and Bellamy.
Four, 5, 1. Second serve.
Nice hops there from Natalie Bagby. I thought as it was happening a reasonable lob, but Natalie Bagby making me look bad on that one with some nice ups and a nice wrist snap to put that ball away. Nice job from Bagby after Bellamy knowing that her return was very short, letting Bagby know. Her handling that pace nicely.
5, 4, 1.
5-4-1 game one. Oh no. Linda Thompson throwing her head back, unbelievable. Good D from Natalie Bagby and a great backhand up the middle from Bellamy. Someone telling someone to stay on their side during that point.
6,
Funny stuff to hear the partner communication.
Yes, she is. I'll recall the score. 6-4-1. Point.
Tough shot there. Linda Thompson not making that decision soon enough whether she was going to volley or bounce that drop from Bagby. She paid the price there with her late decision, making the dink air into the net. And we have our first timeout of game 1. APP New Jersey Open Women's Senior Pro Gold Medal match. 7-4 lead for Bellamy and Bagby, who are coming out of the winner's bracket. Thompson and Bernard coming out of the opportunity bracket, working their way back through. Beth Bellamy has 4 sons. Several, if not all of them, are very quality tennis players, and a couple of them might be maybe moving over to playing more pickleball here in the near future. We'll just have to see. But always really cool when families can play and be competitive with each other with such a cool sport as pickleball. Grandparents, grandkids, kids, fathers, mothers, it's all good stuff.
Point.
Rough couple minutes here for Bernard and Thompson. Things happen very quickly. I believe they had a 3-1 lead, and now it is 8 serving 4 for Bellamy and Bagby.
Second serve.
A little long, Bellamy crashing to the middle. They were on a 1, so still one more crack on Bagby's serve to gather a few points.
Side out.
Good hops again from Natalie Bagby. Couldn't come up with that one though, 1 out of 2 on her lob defense.
4-8-1. Second serve.
Nice alley there from Beth Bellamy, getting skinny, letting that ball go out, knowing her opponent with giving away her big backswing, knowing she was going to fire away from a low position, making that decision early to let the ball go out, and a good one.
Side out.
Nice 1-2 combo. The Bellamy speed up, Bagby clean up. It's been a fantastic combination for them throughout the day.
8-4-1. Second serve.
Serve was a little deep. I think Bagby was worried about it, and sure enough, it did go long. It's a really nice drive. Couple lobs throughout that point. Bernard and Thompson unable to keep the ball deep off of the lob, and Bagby stepping in beautifully into the court with a inside-in lefty drive right up the line.
Side out.
Nice shot. Bellamy hoping it would go out, but it did not. Leaving her dink high and
Side out.
paying the price with a great shot from Leslie Bernard.
4-9-1. Second serve.
No love. Right on the tape.
4-9-2. Side out.
Nice Nice pressure there from Natalie Bagby. Wanted to clear one thing up. I was talking to Linda Thompson before the match. She was playing while I was commentating with Chad Edwards at the Beer City Open, and we were a little critical of how quickly she was getting to the kitchen line after her return. And she said, that was, I wish you guys wouldn't have bashed me so hard. That was part of the strategy for her to return and kind of slowly get forward to the kitchen and let Jose DeRisi, the crazy man, do his thing up at the kitchen line. So, my bad, Linda.
Second serve.
A little too ambitious on the speed up there from Beth Bellamy. I think both Thompson and Bernard were very ready to get out of the way and let that ball go out. Game point, game one. It's really nice. The solo shake and bake. We've talked about the speed it up, clean it up combination from Bellamy and Bagby. That was all Bagby on that beautiful inside out lefty forehand winner. We will be back with game two right after this commercial break. Alrighty, welcome back. Championship Court 2. Women's Senior Pro gold medal match.
This is game two. Time in, 0-0-2.
Leslie Bernard, Linda Thompson serving.
Side out.
Reasonable look from Leslie Bernard in the transition area. Unable to execute the shot, but
0-0-1.
fine with the forward movement. Nice hands from Natalie Bagby.
White. One. Second serve.
Fantastic return from Linda Thompson, painting the baseline.
1-0-2.
Oh, geez, that was
Side out.
a sexy time lob right there. She kind of stuck her tongue out at me like, I'm not exactly sure what that was, but it was beautiful.
0-1-1.
Tough one there. Took a funky bounce on Linda Thompson there. Great first volley from Natalie Bagby. Leslie Bernard's third shot drive was very low. She handled it nicely.
Thank you, point.
I like the combination there from Natalie. Not able to get on top of that last ball, but fine with the decision.
1. 3-1-2. Side up.
All right, we have this quick side out at 1-1-1. Game 2 of the senior women's pro bronze medal match. Beth Bellamy to serve. Yeah, it's a tough situation there. No chance for Linda Thompson, but great sustained pressure and great footwork on the initial third shot from Beth Bellamy, stepping to her left to rip a forehand. A little tight on the back fence there for Leslie Bernard. Great deep serve. We have some sweat on the glasses of Natalie Bagby. No big deal, got that situated. Bless you to Leslie Bernard. Oh, you knew they always come in 2s or 3s. I know it wasn't going to be one sneeze.
Are you okay?
All set now.
Sorry, you guys. Referee correction. 3-1-1.
3-1-1.
Second serve.
Beth Bellamy shaking her head in disgust.
3-1-2.
Third shots and fifth shots are hard, even though some of these players make it look pretty easy out there.
Side up.
So that is back-to-back fifth shot mistakes from Bellamy and Bagby, and Linda Thompson serving at 1-3, looking to gain some momentum here in game 2.
3-1. Point.
It's always a good time for a friendly gift from your opponents.
2-3-1.
Beth Bellamy obliges.
Second serve.
Kind of an awkward spot for Bagby on the backhand volley, but able to get it down at the feet of the poaching player.
Yes. 2-3-2.
Nice eye from Linda Thompson, who was coming in hot to look to do something mischievous with that ball, but has the wherewithal to pull her paddle back, knowing it's going to sail wide, and it does.
Point.
Right idea, poor execution. Not sure if she could have stepped to her right and hit a forehand on that ball. Might not have been time. And a quick timeout before things get too out of hand, as Linda Thompson and Leslie Bernard have tied this thing up at 3. So early timeout here in game 2. 3-1 lead from Bellamy Bagby early on, and a nice short comeback in the last couple minutes from Bernard and Thompson, making some good decisions and good shots out there.
All right, 15 seconds, ladies.
15-second call from a referee.
Get back with you.
10 seconds, Julie Johnson. 10 seconds, Julie Johnson, off the court. Hope she heard me. I don't think she did.
One timeout remaining. Servers.
I like to give pretty much anyone in the Johnson family a hard time.
Yes, you are correct. Time in. 4-3-2.
I'd say I probably like Georgia the best. Wow, crazy exchange. Thought thought that point was going to be over 3 or 4 times. Good sustained pressure for Thompson and Bernard. And great digs from Bellamy Bagby. Made them hit 7 or 8 fantastic shots to win that point.
Point.
And a very calm, collected run here from Bernard and Thompson. Nothing too flashy, just working their way into a nice, comfortable lead.
Foot fault. Left toe.
Left toe on the volley dink from Linda Thompson. No one ever thinks they foot fault. I never think I foot fault, Linda. So we don't have that one on replay.
3-6-1.
Woohoo! Spicy point there to earn the side out from Bagby and Bellamy. But a fantastic run. Doubling the score of Bellamy and Bagby is Thompson and Bernard with the 6-3 lead.
4-6-1.
Oh, 4-6-1, that's my fault. Thought that was the side out. It was actually a point for Bellamy Bagby. Goodness, great point. Linda Thompson, unfortunately, kind of getting stuck in the middle there and half attacking. Both ladies on the far end, Bellamy and Bagby, very much ready for that counterattack. And they push it right through the middle for a winner. Great setup there from Beth Bellamy, who really does a nice job of getting inside the ball on those 3rd, 5th, and 7th drops. Kind of has some forehand side spin moving away from her left side opponent. So not only does she have quality drops and quality spots, she has that side spin moving away from her opponent. Makes it very, very difficult. Just like that, all tied up at 6 apiece. Bellamy rocking the Takea 1st place water bottle. You only get one of those if you win a Takea sponsored event, so that's very good job by her.
Right, ladies, 15 seconds.
15-second call from our referee.
Servers, one timeout.
Ladies taking advantage of every second of our timeout.
Time in. 6-6-1. Fault. Wrong service position. You have 6 points. Second serve.
Great timeout from Bernard and Thompson, getting their opponents to serve in the wrong position.
6-6-2.
Nice job from Leslie Bernard. Bagby worried about her dink, kind of crashing back to the middle. Bernard flipping a soft shot behind her and then getting a high response and taking it right at Bellamy. Nice combination from Leslie. Oh my gosh. I mean, that was, I mean, that's a huge ground stroke. Fantastic lob from Leslie Bernard. And an even better rip from Natalie Bagby up the line.
Side out.
So a little word from the outer courts. Corinne Carr and DJ Young defeating Lee Whitwell and Deckel Barr to move on to our pro mixed doubles bronze medal match.
Second serve.
Oh, that dropped in there. Bagby pulling the paddle back, thinking it might sail long. It does not. Linda Thompson with a beautiful topspin forehand.
6-6-2.
6-6-2. Game 2.
Point.
Linda Thompson exclaiming, it's the first one today.
7-6-2.
Not the best time for the first one of the day, unfortunately.
Side out.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of trouble for a transitioning Leslie Bernard. But Beth Bellamy not able to make that third shot drive.
6-7-1. Second serve.
And several shots in the tape from both teams. Definitely have some form of swirling wind. It kind of comes and goes. Don't notice it for several minutes, and all of a sudden it kicks up throughout the day. Leslie Bernard jokingly says, I was going to rip it at your face, Beth, and instead puts it right in the net. Nice setup from an inside-out forehand dink from Beth Bellamy, and her lefty partner stepping in with the put away up the middle. It's a combination we've seen so frequently today. Served them very well.
Point.
Point just like that. A 3-point lead for Bagby and Bellamy. Serving on the right side, I see, after that missed wrong server fault.
Second serve.
The old double lob rarely works. Nine, 6-2.
You have 9. 9-6-2.
After all that, she's locked and loaded on the backhand counter and hits it right into the net after a beautiful scramble point from all 4 ladies. And we have our first match and championship point of the day on Natalie Bagby's paddle, 10-6-2.
Side out.
Couldn't get it. Another crack at it for Bernard and Thompson.
6-10-1.
Great shot, great put away there from Leslie Bernard after a very slippery initial attack. But sure enough, it takes 4 or 5 shots to complete the winning point. Great defense.
Point.
Nice drop, and we're going to go with the timeout.
Score is 8-10-1.
8-10-1, so they came in at 6-10-1, 2 quick points for Bernard and Thompson, and all of a sudden we have a 2-point game, and they are serving on a 1. So, so many times we've talked about how quickly things happen. Natalie Bagby with a match point on her paddle, and all of a sudden her opponents are within 2 and serving on a 1. See if they can come up with something very nice, a nice little play, nice little set combination coming out of the timeout, serving at 8-10-1. Nice little golf clap there from Linda Thompson, getting herself and her partner locked in this absolutely crucial juncture of our women's senior pro gold medal match.
Time in. 8-10-1.
Oh, nice lobs. 2 lobs in the same point, and a nice dropper after the lob. Bellamy coming in hot and was able to get a paddle on it, but could not keep it in. 9-10-1.
9-10-1.
Nice combination there. A beautiful slice backhand dink from Natalie Bagby, getting her opponent Leslie Bernard a little off balance, sealing the deal 2 shots later with a nice setup for partner Beth Bellamy.
Point.
Nice, get much more ready for that nasty slice backhand that time. Leslie Bernard hitting a great cross-court dink of her own in response.
Oh, that's a really nice
That's
shot.
beautiful carve there. Nice job of getting set. Nice low center of gravity, carving the outside of that ball, with Bernard thinking she was going to attack the middle. Instead, she
10-10-1.
sharp angle past Bernard. Great shot, Bagby. 10 apiece, game 2. Nice duck from Linda Thompson. Bagby coming in hot. Don't hate it, but sails it long.
10-10-2.
10-10-2. Great drop from Natalie Bagby. Linda couldn't coax it over, and we have another match point.
Yes, you are. 11-10-2.
Wow, beautiful shot from Beth Bellamy up the middle, and they are our 2022 APP New Jersey Open Senior Women's Doubles Champions. Fantastic job. Congratulations to Linda Thompson and Leslie Bernard on a hot, hard-fought silver medal. We'll be right back with an interview for our winners after a few words from our sponsors. Welcome back, everyone. Adam Stone here with our 2022 APB New Jersey Open Women's Senior Pro Champions, Natalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy. Wow, it has been a fight all day, and this is my second APP tour to commentate. And Beth, you're in the gold medal match for all of them. So that's 3 out of 4 with mixed doubles tomorrow. How do you feel about your performance today and having your regular partner back at your side?
It was great having Natalie back, and I felt, I'm a little nervous at the beginning of the day when we haven't played for a couple weeks, but I have a lot of confidence in her to sort of find our games as we go along, and I felt like we did that today.
Well, I was watching all of those last 2 matches. That's exactly what happened, Beth. Fantastic job out there. And Natalie, back from Safari like we talked about earlier, got some nice R&R, got yourself relaxed and ready to go. You said you're back, happy to be back on the courts, and you showed it out there with some wonderful offense and defense. How do you feel about your performance today?
No, I feel really good. I think I show all the shots I can do, like change of pace, driving, dropping. In the final, I gotta get them they really tried their best. They changed their game, and it was a little harder. And we stayed in the game and we fought. And my body was a little hot, like the sun and everything. So, yeah, but that was great. Yeah, enjoyed playing.
Yes, absolutely fantastic job, and congratulations to the silver medalists who did a much better job in that game too. But you guys were too much today. I'm going to call in Ken Herman, CEO and creative genius of the APP Tour. Ken, what do you have to say with this beautiful trophy to these ladies?
First off, we've got 2 unbelievable ambassadors of the sport, both with Beth and Natalie, doing everything they're doing to just help continue to grow this. Ladies, it seems we were just in California with a big trophy presentation for you all. But thank you for making the trip, coming all the way out to the East Coast. Natalie and Beth, congratulations. You just played lights out today. Our 2022 Women's Champions, Beth and Natalie.
Thank you so much.
All right. Pickleball people. Ball Olin with the all right, all right, all right. A little throwback to Dazed and Confused there. Some nice friendly pleasantries from the fellas in this senior men's gold medal match. It will be our last match of the day on Championship Court 2. I believe we have the pro mixed bronze medal match going on in CC1 behind me, or about to get underway. So very excited to see what these fellows. We have seen all 4 players on Championship Court number 2 throughout the day. Rick Witskin and Paul Olin coming out of the winner's bracket, and Mircea Marariu and John Sperling coming out of the opportunity bracket. And what that means for those who do not know is if Rick Witskin and Paul Olin win the 2 out of 3 match, they will be crowned 2022 APP New Jersey champions. And if Mircea Marariu and John Sperling come through with a victory in the 2 out of 3, they will also have to win 1 game to 15 to seal the victory. Always tricky, often when you do win the winner's bracket final.
Gold medal match is being played, best 2 out of 3 games to 11.
Let a ref do her thing here.
We have the Witskin Olin team serving, game 1 time in.
Here we go.
0-0-2.
Great counterattack from John Sperling. What I was going to say before that first point started is often when you win the winner's bracket final, you're in a fantastic position as far as the tournament goes, but sometimes you do have a long break in between. So we'll see if Olin and Witskin can come out hot here after sitting for 2 or 3 hours from their previous match. 1 out of 2 on the backhand shots from John Sperling.
0-0-2.
John Sperling sliding over and giving a small pump fake there to Mircea Marariu. A little side spin on that ball, so by the time it got to the opposite baseline, I think it was Mircea's ball, but a tough to the middle. Nice shot there on the jerk, and that cross-court backhand to the left shoulder of John Sperling. Nice job.
1-0-1.
Simone Jargin jatting something on my note sheet. I will not be sharing that on air.
2-0-1.
2-0-1. Olin Witskin early in game 1, gold medal match. Nice patience from all 4 players. Mircea Marariu pulling the trigger. And 3 or 4 shots later, after a nice exchange, the point goes to Marariu and Sperling. Great counterattack from John Sperling. Rick Witskin getting stuck in the middle, whether to volley or bounce that shot. Fun fact here. Marariu and Sperling were the gold medalists in this New Jersey Open last year, 2021. Congrats to them. See if they can do it again.
Second server. 0-2-2.
I like it from Sperling. Casually moving forward, sensing an opportunity exploding, and very aggressive with his shot selection. I like it. Unable to get it over the net, though. Patented Witskin woo on the counter attack. I wouldn't say he was all over it, but he was definitely on that shot. Making some solid contact with that beautiful red, white, and blue paddle tech bantam he's got. Middle dink error from John Sperling. Oh, and look over here to my left. We have Eva Welsher sitting down next to the booth. We might get some good stuff going on here. Nice two-hander from Olin. You rarely see that. More of a one-handed guy.
402.
Couple loose errors from Sperling and Mararu, and all of a sudden we have a 5-0 lead for Witskin and Olin. And a missed return will put that to 6, so they are over halfway there and completing this game 1 win. Nice counterattack from Paul Olin. They look like a well-oiled machine right now, playing rock solid, making good decisions, good counterattacks from the boys in the near court. Olin and Witskin coming out of the winner's bracket. Anyone can hit a hard winner. John Sperling can hit a slow winner. Well done, John. Stopping the bleeding, getting the ball back. Hopefully they can get a point or two here.
071.
This lopsided start to game 1. Great ball at the left foot there. Sperling leaning middle, and rightfully so. Great job by Olin getting it to his outside wing. Seven 7-0-1. Nice solid slow point from the fellas. Good patience, ending in a dink error from Paul Olin. Still with a 7-point lead in game 1. Paul says, get out of there, Rick. I'm driving that thing, and he did a very nice job of it.
802.
Great spot there from Mircha. Was definitely in an offensive position, even though he was not hitting that as a volley, catching Rick Witskin on the right side. Great eye from Sperling. He could have made a stab for that ball, but as always, John Sperling with great court awareness.
181.
Great job, a little too high in the transition zone from Sperling. Great extension there from Paul Olin, smacking that forehand. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest appearance in the booth. Eva Welsher, an absolute APP stud, singles, mixed, women's. She does it all. Happy to have you.
Second server.
No. I think you're exactly right, and I don't think it helped either that Rick Witskin yelled out after it hit Paul. Yeah, a little kiss off the tape there. Always a good strategy from Mircha. Still at 8-1 in game 1, or sorry, I think that 1-8-1, so that was a side out, not a point. Yes, usually when we see so much patience, all 4 players, a lot of dinking, that's a lot of respect for the hands on the court, Eva. So all players will make you pay if you make a bad decision, and great patience from all the fellas right there. Uh-huh. Sure.
3-8-1.
Great shot there from Paul Olin. Yes, and I think you're right, Eva. We don't want Mircea to not drive, but in a certain situation, it might be a little more beneficial to mix in some drops as well as the drives, especially if your opponents are handling it so well. For sure. Incredible point from all 4 players. No, that didn't necessarily hit Mircea's paddle. No idea where it hit him. Must have been on the hand or the wrist. But great point to get the ball back for Olin and Witskin.
Ooh.
There's Eva. I got her now. I got her. I can hear her now.
Got
That's
me?
good.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. So there's a win factor here, and I don't know if he took that into account, but that attack shot sailed.
Sure.
So you really have to pay attention to the wind.
Yeah, and we mentioned it. It hasn't been terribly consistent. It's kind of kicked up, almost swirling at times there. So I think Paul had in his mind, if these guys are going to go for an aggressive shot here, I'm just going to get skinny and get out of the way. And he was rewarded for that decision because that ball was a good 2 or 3 feet out.
Correct. I'd like to see Sperling and Mircea not hit the middle so much because they are speeding. Rick and Olin are speeding it up so quickly when they drop the ball in the middle that they think they need to stay to the sides right now of the body.
So you mean not necessarily when they're at the kitchen, when they're dropping from the back of the court?
No, I'm talking about even at the kitchen.
Even at the kitchen
I mean,
line.
when they're in their dink play.
Sure.
2 timeouts left in this game.
These guys are striking.
Yeah, we'll see. And when you have that lead,
9-3-1.
as we can hear, 9-3, you're kind of letting it fly too. So with that comfort and that lead, even more of a chance that they're going to speed that ball up early.
Correct. Well, they're starting to get impatient. That was good.
Yeah,
Got him right in his
Yeah,
body, no appendage.
For sure, for sure. Certain players are better at extension. Certain players are better against the body. You got to know your opponent. Great duck from Paul Olin. And there it is, game 1.
Yeah.
11-3 to Rick Witskin and Paul Olin. We will be right back with game 2 after a few words from our sponsors. Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2022 APP New Jersey Open Men's Senior Pro Gold Medal match. Joined in the booth by Eva Welscher. So happy to have you. How you doing, Eva?
Good, very well, thank you. I'm excited about this second set. I think there could be a change of momentum.
Well, let's hope so. We're always pulling for the game 3 and possibly the game to
Absolutely.
15. Just missed. I wouldn't say I would always attack that ball, but it's not like it was that low. So Mircha with that powerful forehand, I'm fine with that decision. Just couldn't quite keep it in.
That was good.
Yeah, that was very good. Somehow, in the middle of that shot, Rick made eye contact with me. I don't know how he did. Rick always looking to the left, looking to the right, kicking with his foot. Man's all over the place, but he's a great player.
I'd like to see Mircha take that that ball around your waist, which I always call the yellow ball.
Correct.
I'd like him to kind of just lift it at like 60% and just roll it down into like the red zone, which is the feet.
Yes.
Because that yellow one, they're baiting him and he's taking it.
Sure.
And he should really just reset that one.
No, I think you're absolutely right.
The same thing with that shot.
Right. There's a lot of different ways to be aggressive. It doesn't have to be a dink or a 100% blast. There's a lot of ways to be aggressive in between. Rick knew he didn't get enough of that one, given it the body language. We always talk about Rick flailing around, but at his point of contact, everything looks pretty solid. He just has a little extracurricular activity.
Yes, he does.
Oh, great athleticism from Mircha, who was obviously a little bit caught off guard on that ball, but unable to keep it in the court. Very well timed. I don't think anyone thought that Paul Olin was going to throw up a lob there. Great disguise by him.
Ooh. Ooh. That's actually a really tough shot to hit. You really have to use your elbow to kind of lift it up. You can't just use your wrist.
Especially if there's a little backspin on it. So either way, not easy.
I would have liked to seen John Sperling move up after that first dink.
Sure. I think occasionally he does get his feet stuck in the mud and kind of holds his ground. That first drop was good enough for him to take a little real estate.
Correct. He had time. Same thing with Paul. Get in. Right at the body.
Right at the body, and then really using his length to clean up on that second ball. So unfortunately, Eva, we didn't get you on CC2 today. Who are you partnered up with for mixed doubles tomorrow?
Rick Witzkin.
Rick Witzkin, there you go.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Hey, she said it, not me. Well done, well done. You're a natural already.
Got the body again.
Yeah, he did catch the body again, and that's a perfect example of Paul Olin unable to take that ball out of the air, but the fact that it bounced up and was so plain of a dink, he can still be aggressive with that ball, and I'm very glad he didn't just dink it. He went for something there, and he was rewarded.
Miscommunication.
Yeah, the old pump fake there. I think it was completely fine that Rick was stepping forward to be aggressive, but sometimes when that happens, you put your partner in a tough spot.
4-1-2.
Good battle.
It was. Nice hands there from the fellas. And that was an example right there of Rick not totally blasting that initial speed up. You're right. I think it was about 60%. He did not win that point, but just an example of many ways to attack.
Oh, I think the wind had something to do with that.
Yeah.
He was pulling back as he was trying to hit it.
Sure.
He should have let his body go forward just a little bit.
Correct. Tell my students that all the time. Important to recover, but you better execute that shot at hand first.
Yep. That was a surprise.
Yes, so definitely a yellowish red ball there from Mircha,
Yeah.
but he was able to kind of get up in the grill, kind of high to the neck shoulder area of Witskin. He wasn't able to hit his counterattack cleanly.
I think that what you find, all these gentlemen come from tennis backgrounds, and tennis players in general like to hit their, their put away shots on their sides because we come from tennis.
Sure.
And I think that when you play against tennis players, it's important to find the body because that's actually where they're not as comfortable.
Nice three-shot combination. I think you're exactly right, Eva. Obviously some exceptions to the rule, but attacking a tennis player to space, probably not the best idea. Attacking a person with a different sports background at the body, probably not a good idea. Those guys usually have a good punch and can cover their body, but they can't generate pace and space.
No, because, well, what it does is it creates that second or third shot for you to put away. I mean, you're not looking for it to be a winner, right? You're looking to set up that second and third shot.
Absolutely.
I think there was an out ball there, don't you think, Adam?
Yeah, I think so. It's tough on those exchanges. Very difficult, very difficult. But yes, we've talked about it plenty of times throughout the couple streams that I've done. At this level, with this amount of talent, hitting a one-shot winner is not really a thing.
No.
It might happen occasionally, but it's not really a thing.
Boom.
Great job from Paul. Have not even seen him fake or attempt that. He waited for the perfect opportunity, got a little head start, and had a great forehand put away on that Ernie. Kudos to him.
I'm noticing a pattern that it's Olin and Mircha who are predominantly dinking back and forth cross court when they're diagonal from each other. That was out.
Second server.
So we have Rick Witskin serving at 6-3-2, game 2 of our men's senior pro gold medal match.
6-3-2.
Finding the backhand there.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty reasonable play to target Mircha Murariu a little bit more on those dinks.
Well, he's running around it, which is opening the middle.
Sure.
So, yeah.
I cannot overrule a call. You're going to call it good?
If you guys go side,
Yeah, so we had a situation there that we occasionally see. Paul thinking that ball might have gone out, and Murariu and Sperling instantly both saying weigh in, and Paul conceding to them.
That's what I love about pickleball is the respect.
Yeah, good sportsmanship there. Rick, just so awkward. And I mean, it is though. It's like it comes back from a weird spot.
It always
It's not.
comes back
It doesn't come back necessarily hard. It just comes back funky and often down at your feet. So
Yep.
it's just. I mean, he's just a very nice player, and sometimes
Yeah.
looks goofy.
Yeah.
But it's pretty dang effective from what I've seen.
He kind of spears his backhand.
Yeah,
Because
it's
when I
kind
play with
of
him,
yeah.
like a lot of time he jabs or spears
Sure,
it, and it
sure.
actually goes down, and it's really a great shot, and you're not expecting it. That's the thing, is you're thinking he's going to pop it up or something.
Right.
But when I play against him, it's like he ends up like just jabbing it, and it ends up going like a perfect cross court or into somebody's body. So it's very deceiving, and he's not even looking where he's hitting it. He just literally just puts his head down and just spears at it.
Yeah, he's looking at us.
Exactly. He is. He is.
No, but I think you're right, and I think half the time on those backhand counters, if he ripped the ball through the court, his opponents would get it. But the
Right.
fact that he hits it at a lesser pace and more down,
An angle,
just
yeah.
almost impossible to lift that ball up and keep it unattackable. So a great job by him. A little different style, but very effective for Rick Ripskin-Witskin.
I think Johnny's starting to press a little bit, which is not his style.
Oh, I know. I've seen that a couple times from John, just so smooth, so controlled and calculated.
He can dink you to death. He's so creative out there.
Silky smooth.
Yeah, he is. It's just amazing. Oh boy. Oopsie.
Yeah, nice counter from Paul Olin. I think if I was as smooth as John Sperling, I would be a 4.0. So I don't know how he does it with the hands and the consistency that he has.
8-3-1.
Good hands, Paul. That just tells you if you grind and you get one ball back, you just up your chances of winning.
I think we have two people in the booth that very much know a thing or
Yes,
two about that.
yes.
Not the most physically gifted
Yeah, oh my
players.
gosh. Never say die, baby.
That's right.
Good hands, John.
Very nice hands.
See, Rick's moving, trying to distract Murcha a little bit.
Good eye there. We just received an excellent fun fact that Rick Witskin has won men's senior pro doubles on the APP tour with 7 partners, different partners.
That says a lot.
And Paul Olin would be the 8th. Great fun fact from the booth there.
That is. Ooh, where is he going?
He doesn't know.
There's that backhand. Oh.
Wow, that happened so quickly. Fantastic job by Witskin and Olin to come through in 2 games and take that gold medal. Thank you so much for being in the booth for that short bit,
Well,
Eva.
that was so fun.
I enjoyed it, and we are going to take a commercial break and be right back with an interview with Witskin and Olin, our senior men's doubles pro champions.
Yay.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Adam Stone here at the 2022 APP New Jersey Open with our men's senior pro doubles champions, Paul Olin and Rick Witzkin. Fantastic job, guys, throughout the day. Rick, at the end of that match, I received a little fun fact from the production team, and I'm just going to make this statement and let you say whatever you would like to say about it, that you have won 7 APP men's doubles titles with 7 different partners, and Paul makes it the 8th. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, the reality is I know how to choose my partners wisely, and I know when they're on hot streaks. And I saw Paul really licking his chops and getting hungry for some dubs because he's kind of a singles guy, and now he's an everything guy. And quite frankly, I really like almost all the guys on the tour. So I'm going to play with the guys that I think I can win. And Paul and he played great, and I just was kind of being carried by him today.
All right, well, thank you for that, Rick. You played absolutely lights out yourself, and a testament to your game and your skill to come through with so many different partners. Paul, having a big stud on the side with you, Rick Witzkin. As he said, you've had some great single success, but I've always thought you're a heck of a doubles player. And out there today against Sperling and Merari, who you're very comfortable with, kind of fire and ice, smooth John, powerful Mircea. What was some of your thought process and some of the strategy that you had to take down that men's doubles gold?
Well, it's Rick's 8th, and this is my 8th this year, and this is my first ever. Okay. So, having somebody stable like him, I know that his defense is there, and obviously he can attack. That just gives me some comfort to play my game. So, it's kind of like playing against you. You just reset everything, and it gives you comfort to just open up your game a little bit. Played John and Mircea plenty of times, so we know their game. They're great players, and we were a little bit better today, and we executed when it mattered.
Can I say something, Adam?
Rick, you absolutely can say something.
I want to just give a shout out to the APP Tour and Ken Herman to value pro seniors, soon to be Champions Tour. We very much appreciate that. We feel like we're playing at a high level. I appreciate all our fans back home. We all have kind of followings because we've been living a long time to accumulate some fans. So thanks for appreciating senior pros and what we bring to the table.
Well, thank you for saying that, Rick. You very much held your own out there today and put on a display for everyone at home. So let's go. You talked about Ken. Let's bring Ken over with the championship trophy.
Big trophy.
Here, Ken Herman, CEO and creative genius of the APP Tour. Here you go, Ken.
Well, first off, thanks, Rick, for those kind words. And just, Rick and Paul are just 2 great ambassadors. And to have them here promoting the sport of pickleball is great. And just thanks you all for making your schedule to get yourselves all the way up here to New Jersey. But it was a terrific final. I don't think you guys lost it all today. You guys won everything all the way through. So clearly our #1 champions. Rick and Paul, our 2022 New Jersey Open winners. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ken.